All right, guys. Good morning. Good morning. We got this SPY is up a little bit today. Apple is up a little bit. Nvidia is almost up to 120s. It's sitting at 118s. We had the FOMC decision yesterday, and yeah, we paused rates. Powell was pretty hawkish. He was restrictive. He was really apprehensive to get any guidance on when they're going to cut rates. Today we got jobless claims, unemployment filings. And that drops at 8:30. They're expected at 230,000. Let me get some music playing. All right, guys. Let me know how the music is. The music should be good, but let me know if it needs to be louder under. We've had some news coming out this morning. The president, Pawn sent me this morning. The president is supposed to announce a U.S.-UK trade deal at 10 a.m. this morning, and that might make stuff rise if it comes in good. Again, the president is planning to scrap the previous president's chip export rules. That's making semiconductors bounce up. Again, Nvidia up to 119s, almost 120s. And yeah, that's the big story going on this morning. Microchips are up because of this news. AMD, Nvidia rebounding here. Intel, MU, they're all up a little bit. Yeah, Intel's up to 21, MU's up to 84s. AMD's up to 102s. Nvidia up to 119s. Looks good. Apple all the way up to almost 200. Still not doing great, but SPY is up there. We can put the NASDAQ up here as well. Look at the NASDAQ run after yesterday's FOMC meeting. And it goes to show, guys, listen, I'm going to say this once, and I'll say it again. We do not crash after every FOMC decision. We do not crash after every FOMC decision. A lot of people, for whatever reason, put out this story of we're going to crash ahead of FOMC. And they do it every single time, and that's just not what usually happens. And today's a great example of that. We are pushing up pretty big this morning. We're going to do a poll here. Let me do a poll. Does jobless claims come in higher or lower than the 230K expected? As expected. We're going to give three options there. Higher, lower, 230K expected. Yeah, so let's talk about some stuff. So again, at 10 a.m. today, they're supposed to announce this US-UK trade deal. It's the first deal since the April 11th tariff day. He's expected to announce the deal later on today. First for his administration since imposing the sweeping reciprocal tariffs against all trading partners early April 11th. He teased a, major, he said it was a major, deal on which the New York Times and other outlets reported would be with the United Kingdom, the UK. He said, quote, big news conference tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., the Oval Office concerning a major trade deal with representatives of a big and highly respected country, the first of many, wrote in a late post on Wednesday. He went on to say that the agreement with the UK is a full and comprehensive one. He said, quote, because of our long history and allegiance together, it is a great honor to have the UK as our first announcement. Many other deals which are in serious stages of negotiation to follow, end quote. Now, remember, the UK has been facing a 10% tariff on exports to the U.S. alongside the 25% sector tariff on steel, aluminum, and, vehicles, autos. He declared yesterday that he would not pull back tariffs on Chinese goods in order to get them basically to start negotiating with him, countering speculation that he might lower the 145% tariff. So he didn't backtrack there. Um, but this weekend, top officials, including Besant and trade rep Jameson Greer, are scheduled to meet in Switzerland this weekend to hold discussions boosting hopes for maybe de-escalation in the Chinese front. So yeah, that is the big news today. The other big news, of course, outside of that trade deal, is that where'd it go? Yeah, microchips are up after his administration said it plans to scrap regulations that would limit exports on AI chips worldwide. So that news is coming out. That's the big thing that is driving microchips up this morning after yesterday's FOMC meeting. And again, yesterday's FOMC meeting, Powell very hawkish, very neutral. Hey, what's up, Beach Bum? I like them, Ryan, but they're down a lot yesterday, so I feel a little bit better, Matthew, but not 100%, to be honest. A little bit better, but not 100. Yeah, a little bit better, not quite 100% better. All right, chat. We are at 20,222.75 for the micro NASDAQ. So we're over 20K. We're over 20K 200 here. We might get started trying to trade this a little bit. Let me see if we can find something good. We also had earnings getting released this morning. If we take a look at some of the stuff. So EU trade chief says the European Commission will announce Thursday preparatory steps on the next countermeasures to U.S. tariffs. A lot of stuff dropped yesterday. We had some earnings. Shopify showed up this morning. They posted 230 million operating versus 208 expected. Revenue of 2.36 billion versus 2.33 expected. So a little bit better than expected for Shopify. And Shopify as a symbol after earnings is down pretty significantly here. Look at it; it's down from almost $100 all the way down to $86 a share. It's down about 15%. Maybe not quite 15, but maybe about 14% is what it's down. So Shopify down about 14% this morning. 14% drop for Shopify today after their earnings. We had Warner Bros. Post some numbers. I'm not sure what they ended up showing though. ConocoPhillips put an EPS of 209 versus 205. They lowered their fiscal year capex and operating cost guidance. The Bank of England did their rate decision early this morning. They ended up doing a cut to 4.25%. They expected a cut to 4.25% in a 7-2 vote. They expected 9-0. So they expected unanimous, and they ended up showing 7-2. Mann and Pill voted for unchanged. So they voted for a pause, and Dingara and Taylor voted for a larger 50 basis point cut. So Bank of England not really agreeing on what to do here for rates. We also had more earnings come out this morning. We also had the current president post about Jerome Powell. He said, quote, "Too late, Powell is a fool who doesn't have a clue. Other than that, I like him very much. Oil and energy way down, almost all costs. Groceries and eggs down virtually, no inflation. Tariff money pouring into the U.S. Well, yeah, but the Fed looks at core inflation, right? And so, I mean, he's bringing up food and energy, but the Fed most of the time looks at core inflation, which excludes food and energy, because food and energy are the most volatile prices. So they might swing up and down big, but I'm not saying I disagree. Like, you got some people that, like, everything the president says they either agree with or disagree with. I'm not really one of those people. But in terms of that, I don't know if we can look at food and energy as our inflation gauges. I don't know if that's necessarily the right move. I think we got to look at core inflation more than everything else, because that's the least volatile, the easiest to gauge inflation. With that said, though, I do think core inflation is down as well. I think core inflation has slowed a lot. And so I think you could probably justify a rate cut just based off of, you know, GDP going negative and prelim data. Not only that, but like we have inflation worries, negative GDP in a lot of areas, a lot of different signs of a weakening economy. And with that, I would rather cut rates before we hit that, but at the same time, I don't mind us going into a little mini recession if it means inflation is combated in a more profound way. I think that's okay. So, what's up, Rod? Yeah, I mean, Mark, I think you're being a little too political, brother. If anything, I just said some things that disagreed with the president, not agreed with him. And I think you can't take every disagreement as some type of attack on him. You know what I mean? Like, that's not what it meant. All I'm saying is that he's looking at food and energy inflation, which is the most volatile form of inflation, right? Like, it's going to go up, down, and then up big and then down big, because that's what it does. That's why most major analysts do not look at core inflation. They don't look at energy cost as much. They don't look at food cost as much. I mean, they do look at them, but they're not the gauges of inflation that you look at to determine whether it's time to cut rates, right? Like, you got to exclude those and look at the core inflation metrics, because those are the more balanced ones that are easier to read. And you know. Yeah, we had some other earnings this morning as well. Peloton, QBTS, ConocoPhillips, Crocs, HUD 8 mining, crypto mining. They came in. BDPS missed revenue by a pretty big margin, though. They missed revenue by a huge number. Yeah, so Bitcoin, on the other hand, Bitcoin is over 100,000 in Bitcoin futures, just over 100K. It's not quite. I think regular Bitcoin prices are not. Yeah, sorry, my nose is like super stopped up. I'm trying not to use nose spray and Afrin to loosen up my nostrils so I can actually breathe. But I've been sick for a week now. And yeah, feeling better. Looking at our poll numbers, we asked people, do you think we come in higher or lower for jobless claims unemployment? 55% think higher, 26% think lower, 18% think as expected. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, just to give you like a rundown of what Powell said yesterday, like just to give you like a breakdown of what Powell said, a breakdown of what he said yesterday is that when he asked about what side of the mandate is in greater risks, he pointed to the statement saying it's too early to say which way risks will shake out. So he refused to give a bias in terms of what was the greater risk, inflation or economic or labor market weakness. He said there's no hurry, we could be patient. He said, when asked about prices, said underlying inflation picture is good, running now a bit above 2% with decent readings in housing and non-housing services. He said, quote, we do not have to be in a hurry. Costs of waiting are fairly low. We'll know more with each week and month where tariffs will land. We'll know the effects when they start to see them. Can't say how long it will take. A clear decision to wait, see, and watch. Fed is comfortable with the policy stance. Right place and wait and see. Appropriate to be patient. Wait when things develop. Can move quickly if appropriate. If now appropriate to wait, there is so much uncertainty. It is now appropriate to wait. There's so much uncertainty. When asked about the path for a soft landing of higher inflation and higher unemployment, Fed will not see further progress towards their goals. Would see a delay on getting to goals for the next year. When asked about the labor market, he says they will use a combination of forecast data and would be complicated judgment if both unemployment and inflation are both moving up. He says there are cases in which rate cuts would be appropriate this year and also cases where rate cuts would not be appropriate. And this also made the market react negatively. He said he cannot confidently say he knows appropriate rate path as of now. His gut tells him that uncertainty is extremely elevated. Downside risks have increased and risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen, but not yet in the data yet. So he says the Fed does not see big economic effects in the data yet from tariffs. People are worried, but the shock is not hit yet. Asked about a March projection for 2 rate cuts, he said they can't make a projection now. You have to wait until June. He said last year when the Fed said they would not welcome further labor market cooling, the unemployment rate had been rising, a very obvious concern about downside risks to the labor market. He says now they are in a new phase where the administration is beginning trade talks and has potential to change picture materially or not. Big spike in imports to beat tariffs should reverse in Q2. Likely net exports have a large positive contribution to GDP. Until they know more, they can wait and see. Everyone on committee supported waiting. Not dismissing soft data, the link between consumer sentiment and recent demand in recent years was weak. This is an outsized change in sentiment. Fed does not have the tools to address supply chain issues, can be more or less supportive of demand. That is an inefficient way to address supply chain issues. And that's basically it. He said he wasn't going to comment on whether he's going to step down after this term. And that was basically the speech. He was very hawkish, very data dependent, very neutral in my opinion. Like he would not comment on whether they were for sure going to cut rates this year. He would not comment on what their plan was, what their base case was for moving forward with the FOMC. So, and if we look at the rate odds right now, we're about 80-20 in terms of a cut for June. 20% chance of a cut, 80% chance of a pause as of now in June. If we're looking towards July, for July, we got a 55% chance of a cut. So by July, we got a 55% chance of a cut as of now. And it's really going to depend on what the economic data shows. It really is. It's going to depend on what the economic data shows. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, it's going to depend on what the economic data shows up as. I know, dude. Honestly, I really did call it on myself, bro. I really hadn't been sick prior to this in 2 years, so it's probably my time. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you're just a troll, Sandy, but really, if you listen to what I said this morning, I said that I honestly would understand a rate cut this quarter, right? or this 6 week period, I would understand a rate cut. I think we have the data to justify a rate cut too. I think we got weakening GDP, and so I'm pretty sure you're just trying to smoke or stroke weirdness, and maybe troll and spark some weirdness. So it's all good. I'm very neutral on policy. I agree with some of the stuff the president does. I disagree with some of the stuff he does as well. I certainly don't always agree with Powell. Honestly, I disagree with Powell sometimes. I think we could have done a cut this quarter. But I also think inflation's a risk, and so I'm kind of neutral on this one. Yeah, no, I've just been sick for the last week, So I've been sick for the last week. My nose is super stopped up. Throat hurts. I gotta take cough drops. I'm getting better, though. I feel better today, for sure. I haven't even drank my coffee yet. That's how you know I don't feel good. I got my LSU mug today. Go Tigers. Ugh. Apple pulling back though. Apple has struggled really to get over $200 a share. So Apple really has struggled to get over 200. It got over there for a little bit. We're gonna start maybe day trading some here. Yeah, dude, my nose. Today's the first day. Like, I've been using Afrin, which kind of makes your nose clear up for like 4 days now. And so today's my first day trying not to use Afrin. So I'm pretty sure my nose is going to be stopped up all day. But I hope it's not. Bitcoin futures already over 100K today. So BTC futures already pumping over 100K. So... And remember, we got jobless claims, unemployment filings, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Let me get a timer up. We got about 50 minutes left. All right, here's the timer. About 50 minutes left. We'll put this over right there. There we go. A little bit over an hour. Yeah, I mean, I've never really been one that gets stuck on it that long. I'm usually pretty disciplined for Afrin. Like, I'm not going to get stuck on it for a year like some people do. What I do is, like, if I use it for 2 or 3 days. And then on the third day, I'll put it in just one nostril. I'll just use it on one nostril. So at the very least, I got one nostril clear, and then I'm usually good. I can manage that. And then the next day, I just don't do anything. And so that way, it kind of slowly conditions myself to get used to it. SoFi? Yeah, I mean, SoFi's had a pretty good couple weeks. No, I mean, it's up pretty big. April's been a good month for it. It looks like May was a good month so far. March obviously pretty bad, but March was bad for everybody. But SoFi honestly completely rebounded from the correction that that we had in May or in March, all the way right back up here. So SoFi's doing good. Yeah, and I think what I find ironic is that the Sandy or whoever the person trying to criticize me is I don't think they actually understand why we cut rates. They say, oh, you even agreed with Powell when he said, when he cut rates and our economy was in a free fall. That would be the time to cut rates, sir. is when our economy's falling and weak. If our economy's weak, that's when you cut rates. Really, you're supposed to do it a little bit ahead of the economy falling and getting weak, but the whole point of cutting rates is to stimulate a weak economy. If the economy bad, cut rates. If the economy good and inflation bad, don't cut rates. Raise rates. Do whatever you want there. Just to give everybody at home a guide, because I think some people need it. But again, just to clarify, you cut rates whenever the economy is weak, chat. Why? Because when you lower interest rates to consumers and businesses, they tend to spend more because they have cheaper access to money and leverage, and businesses have cheaper access to money and leverage, so they can expand, and it stimulates the economy in that way. They hire more people then, and unemployment goes up, or goes down, I should say, and so forth and so on. Like, that's what happens. That's why the Fed stimulates the economy, but too much stimulation is bad as well. But like last year when they stimulated it, they cut it by 1 percentage point late last year. When they did that, they had paused rates for a year straight. And so they had kept rates the same for a year. And so I wasn't really mad that they were lowering rates, but I just report the news. You know what I mean? Rocket Labs earnings. Options, stocks, futures. Stocks, futures. A little bit of both. Not options for sure. Whew, yeah, dude. I'm feeling better today, though. I'm optimistic I'm going to start feeling better. Ugh. Yeah, people just get so emotional about politics, man. I'm very neutral. It's not like I'm against you guys either. Like, I'm very neutral. If I disagree with it, you'll hear me, If I agree with it, you'll hear me, And even if I disagree or agree, it doesn't mean I don't support or do support whichever politician. Like, I'm very neutral about all of it. It doesn't matter. I'm just looking at policy. I think that's what I go by. I think people get really bored and they don't have much to do, and so they just latch on to politics, and they're like, ooh, for me, I'm just not that interested in, making that such a big part of who I am as a person on either side. I would much rather I'm more into finance than I am to politics, and sometimes they're related, but all right, let's day trade. We're gonna day trade a little bit. Let's play with some stuff this morning. I do want to say, my channel has honestly grown a lot in the last 6 months. Like my normal streams, like my normal day trading, my normal just regular streams, where even if we don't have any economic data coming out, they're starting to get like over 1,000 people concurrently watching. And so that's really fun. I appreciate the love. Thanks for the growth, guys. Hopefully you guys understand, regardless of anything about that stuff. I appreciate you guys. I try to say this at least once a day, so I'll say a little early today, but I appreciate you guys. Bro, I'm just telling you, dude. Like, okay. 1 minute is kind of iffy. Like, it's not terrible, but I wouldn't say it's, like, beautiful, like, as an indicator. Like, look, 1 minute, I'm not going to say it's iffy. But like, look, like he called the top here. That was nice. This one didn't work. This one worked. This one worked. But look at the 5 minute, dude. The 5 minute. Look at this thing, bro. Literally calls tops. Look at that. Nice. You go back to the other side. Right at the bottom, bounce. Right at the bottom, bounce. You know, bottom, bounce, bottom, bounce, 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 bounce. Literally calls bottoms here. Bottom bounce. This one is kind of iffy. But I mean, this is the first one that I would say didn't work. And you might be even say this one did work. But first one that didn't work at it. This one worked too. This one worked. Bottom, top, bottom. Not bad. Not bad. I'll keep messing with it. But best channel for economic data. Hey, my guy. Thank you so much, bro. Yeah, for sure. Consistency. Yeah. All right, chat. How did the meeting go? Meeting went very neutral, data dependent. I would say hawkish is how the meeting went. The meeting was a little hawkish. Like, I wouldn't really say he gave any type of big expectational stuff here. You know, I wouldn't say he really put out any big guidance or expectational stuff for the future of rate decisions. All right, so we're hitting this. This is a level here on the chart. Like, look. All right, so we're at twos. There's 200s. We gotta watch that. I want to buy this. I'm gonna try. Okay. I don't hate to see it. It looks good. Give me that 200 level though. Give me 200s. It just went so far my way so quickly. I'm gonna add to this. I think I have to. Alright, we took half off just to protect it, and then it just turned on us. I got out of that just in time. Just in time. Hey, there we go. I'm gonna cut it right there. $200 is just right there. I wanted up to this. I gotta take larger size here, is what I have to do. But that trade worked. I don't know. I think most people are wildly thinking he's talking about the UK though. Somebody said, "Why do you think he didn't mention the UK by name in his first tweet?" I don't know, bro, but I think everybody already understands that he is going to be talking about UK today. Maybe not, but pretty likely. Pretty likely. I'll buy a little dip here if I can get it. Yeah, I mean, the stock market did crash, though, King. So, I mean, the stock market did absolutely crash. It dropped it dropped over 20-something%. It dropped 27% on the NASDAQ. Like 20, I don't know what it dropped on the S&P, but it was something. It was definitely, at the very least, a small crash. Now, we bounced right back up pretty quickly. But what a crash means is not a long-term bear trend. A crash means short-term big percentage drops. I was thinking about buying this dip up, but alright, so I wanted to buy this dip. I should have too, man. See, it's a little bit too late now, but like even this, look at this indicator. Like, look, this one showed up. Look at that follow through. It's too late now, though. Don't copy me. Not an investment professional. Don't copy this because, again, the one on the left, it's the 1 minute one, so it's volatile. Not an investment professional. Not liable if you lose. Always make your own assessment. Trade smart. Can't guarantee anything. Not an investment professional. Understand CFTC 4.41. Hypothetical or simulated performance have limitations, guys. Yeah, didn't they have some big news that caused them to drop big, and now they're up a little bit? GOOG, Google, Alphabet, they're rebounding back up. They dropped all the way down to 150 even from 160s, so they're back up a little bit though this morning. Regular Bitcoin spot price is currently at 99.5, so $500 away, $500 away from. We got Bank of England Governor Bailey speaking right now on stuff. How did AMC do? AMC had earnings yesterday, right? They basically didn't react. AMC is basically a nothing stock now. Nobody watches AMC anymore. I think everybody's moved over to Palantir. And Palantir is up huge. It's up like 100% in a month or something. I heard the guy from Malibu's Most Wanted talking about why you should buy Google stock. And I'm going to preface this with, while I agree with him, I have no freaking idea what's going to happen. But not an investment professional. I'm not liable if you lose. Don't copy me. But with that said, I heard the guy, what's the guy from Malibu's Most Wanted? Jamie Kennedy, B-Rad. And he was talking about why you should buy Google stock. And the reason he used it is their quantum chip is one of the most powerful chips ever. Google's quantum chip is like crazy, crazy powerful apparently. And it is going to pay dividends for the company in a big way for a long time for Google. Gemini is also very good. I like Gemini a lot. And so there's a lot of reasons Google's a good company, in my opinion. I like Google as a stock. Now, I'm biased, but, I like Google as a company. I'm not telling you to buy it. I have no freaking idea what's going to happen. Not an investment professional, but still. Yeah, I like Gemini too. Oh, man, I wish I would have gotten in on this little pullback here. All right, so here's a little dip. We'll see what we get here. Again, look at Now, remember, technical movement. Anything can always cancel out technical movement. But here's the drop they put in. What was the news that made them drop? I went on Top Step TV yesterday, talked about it. There's something yesterday that made them drop. Oh yeah. It was Apple has no intention of making its own search engine. Apple and Microsoft moved to a year-to-year search agreement, and Apple has a revenue share agreement with Google Lens for AI features. And so Google dropped down on that news, but starting to bounce back. I kind of want to buy this dip, though. Should I? Bad fill. Trying to take larger size here, so bear with me. I'm trying to take larger size. We're gonna take half of this off, protect the trade. It's early at pre-market and I'm not that good at. I mean, I'm good. I'm gonna just put it out there. I'm good, but I don't know how good I am at pre-market. You can hold the rest flat. Try to be risk averse here. I'm gonna go cut that, get out flat. I made money on that trade, by the way, but yeah, there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic. Most stocks were down 50%. No, they weren't. Most stocks were down 50% from what? From March? Nah, bro. You got some stocks that might have been down like a big percentages. Like Palantir is a good example of a stock that just got hammered from this news. Palantir dropped like 50%. AMD, just from March dropped pretty big percent. So like you might have some Mag 7 stocks that dropped big, but most stocks did not drop 50% from March. Yeah, it's just not what happened. Some stocks did though, but definitely not most. You're playing with a tight range. Yeah, I mean, it's early in pre-market. I'm just using this 200 range as my... Like, I got out, and that exit was the right move. So far, at least. We broke down, like, pretty quickly underneath it, so... We got a little cushion on the day. We're still grinding up, A lot of it's based off of NVIDIA and others today. So again, NVIDIA and the other chip news. The president said he's going to push back the previous president's chip export restrictions. That is causing almost every major chip company to increase this morning. AMD is up. NVIDIA is up. MU is up. Google's a chip company. They're up. MU, Intel. Just a lot of chip companies are up big right now. This morning in pre. Part of me wants to buy this again. I got a little cheap entry here. We'll try. Such a small range right now, though, man. Look at this range. It's tiny. Alright, we're going to cut that because we just got a little quick $20 bill buying that dip. But, man, could buy this dip again here, too. But, I gotta watch, like, if you look at this 200 level. What happened to my... I thought I drew a level at 200. Here. I'm trying to draw some other levels to see what we get here. We got 185 as a level. 225. I like 230 here. I think 230 is a little bit cleaner of a level. We got 215 right here. Let me draw that. The range on the NASDAQ is tightened up. A lot of confirmations here at 250. And then we got the highs up there. So These are the kind of the ranges I'm looking at above us. I don't know if we're going to continue in these ranges though, but that's the ranges I'm looking at above us. You heard what? So look, we did bounce right there off of 200. Again, I'm definitely looking at that. Is the sound too low? Can you hear the music? I can turn the music up a little bit. But let me know if the sound's too low. Yeah, so I think the news is probably bullish. I don't think the news is bearish. Not unless we get into a bad deal with the UK. But I would assume it's bullish, right? But I would assume also most market participants understand it's bullish, and we're going to get baked into that outcome pretty quickly for 10 a.m. Yeah, we'll cover that. Everything's fine? Okay, cool. Yeah, I know a lot of people, a company a lot of people have been talking about lately. HIMS, dude. Doing big things, bro. Big things. Like, they're up over 50. Up 100% in like 3 weeks for HIMS. 100% in 3 weeks for HIMS. Crazy movement here. Where's gold this morning? I'm sure gold's down. Yeah, gold's down. Pretty predictable. I mean, when the market does well, oil's back up. Still can't get over 60 a barrel, though. But oil's back up some. Palantir from about 122 to 66, so close to 50%. Yeah, no, Palantir dropped big. Hey, nice, Simon. I mean, I don't want you copying me, but hopefully I can. Hopefully, if you can learn anything from me, it's risk management. Like I try to tell people, you don't have to trade crazy large trying to look cool in finance, you know, like everybody else. Yeah, dude. And honestly, remember, so I talked about this level. Like, look, like I showed you guys this level when it showed up. Like, look at this. And then look. Top 3 greatest indicator of all time ever in the world. Don't copy me, though. I have no idea what I'm talking about. But top 3 greatest ever. All right, so we do have the EU commissioner. He says we plan potential countermeasures on up to 95 billion of U.S. imports in response to U.S. tariffs. He said proposed countermeasures would target U.S. aircrafts, alcoholic drinks, fish, cars, and car parts. So, yeah. Bank of England's Lombardelli says it's too soon to see any big changes in trade patterns after tariff changes. EU Commission launches public consultation on possible countermeasures as response to U.S. tariffs. That news is going on. We got Bailey speaking too. HIMS goes up and down like a yo-yo. Yeah, honestly, man, HIMS is crazy. Yeah, pod. People are weird, bro. People are weird, man. That's all I'm saying. Look at that move up here, though, chat. So we just we hit the, honestly, you know what's strange? This is what's strange, right? I was talking to Dolby about this yesterday. I have not lost on Top Step TV in like 7 episodes. So like 7 days in a row I've been green on Top Step TV, bro. Honestly, I might start trading Power Hour, dude. Like maybe the opening bell's not for me. Maybe the opening bell's not for me because honestly, bro, I have literally not lost on Top Step TV. If anybody's watched me on that show, dude, I literally haven't lost. You know, in like a month, maybe a month and a half. I usually go on once a week. Like a month and a half, bro, I haven't lost on that show. It really got me thinking maybe I should be trading different hours because, yeah. No. Ugh. I should have gone long for sure, Martin. On Hims. Honestly, I saw Hims as a company. Hims, like what Hims does is Hims is like a male, like they sell like minoxidil, which is like Rogaine. They sell, but they do it so that you don't have to go buy it in the store. I mean, I don't use any of that stuff because honestly, I don't know how. I was supposed to be bald by now, right? They say balding comes from your mother's father. My mom's dad was bald at 25. So somehow I was supposed to be, but I do think I have my dad's hair. And people even say I look like my dad, and my dad's still got a full head of hair, luckily. And my dad's over 70, so I'm rooting for my dad to keep his hair. Look at the 200 exponential. I talked about this the other day, and yeah, look at this. Rejection right there at the 200 EMA. Look at that. I gotta start following that level a little bit closer. But the point is, Hims sells like male stuff. They sell like finasteride, which is Propecia. They sell minoxidil and Rogaine type stuff. I think they sell a bunch of other stuff now too. But yeah, that's what they, and that's why they grown. And I think the logic of it, and I've known people that use them. Obviously I don't use them because my hair, I still have hair, and no offense if you don't, but I don't need minoxidil or any of that stuff. Propecia's got some weird side effects too, I mean, even with the side effects, if I started losing my hair, I would be Propeciaing it up, Same thing if I got my test levels checked and they were low, bro, I'm TRTing it up, I'm just not there yet. We'll see what happens. We'll see if 10 years jiu-jitsu people are going to hate me. But the point remains, Hims has grown really big because basically men do not want to go shopping for that stuff in public. Right? So they don't want to go shopping for that stuff at the store. They want it shipped to their door so they don't have to deal with that. And that is why Hims, which is honestly a really smart business, it's solving a problem. Men don't want to go buy that stuff in store. They do a really smart thing and they ship it to your doorstep so you don't have to. And that is a very smart thing for them as a company. Very smart. And again, just a really smart company solving a problem, yeah. Really smart. And that's why they've grown so much, man. If you look at Hims, look at a long-term chart. They were up at almost $80 at once, but volatile nonetheless, but still very strong. All right, so Redfin, in terms of, this is real estate, says April is typically a busy month, but spring has been off to a slow start this year. Yeah, I think probably Mark. That's probably true. I think they'll eventually rip up and run here. All right, chat. Hey, we got 20 minutes until jobless claims, unemployment filings. 20 minutes left until jobless claims. We got almost 1,000 here already. Yeah, I think everybody's hairline pushes back. Like, my hairline's not perfect. I mean, for my age, I'm happy with my hairline, though. Like, I got a little bit of pushback here. But, like, it could be worse for my age, bro. Like, I'm in my 30s. And so I'm just glad I got hair, to be honest. But yeah. A lot of my friends don't. And, again, I'm not judging. I think bald is beautiful, man. Like, you know. But I don't know if I would look good bald personally, though. You know, some people could pull it off. I don't know if I could. I'd be the top 3 most beautiful bald person in the world, but I don't know if I could, man. Fundamentals are so cooked, it's laughable. Are Hims? I don't even know. I don't even know about Hims. Hims is not a company I've invested in. But let's see. Let's take a look. Hims EPS graph. Let's take a look at their graph. What are their margins like? I mean, Hims is a company. They're starting to go green. Their margins are better. Their last 4 quarters, 5 quarters were profitable. Like, look, here's Hims EPS, right? Last quarter, 20 cents, 10 cents, 32 cents. What were Tesla's last quarters, just to put this into perspective? Tesla's last quarter was 12 cents. So in a way, HIMS had a higher quarterly EPS than Tesla did last quarter, just to put it into perspective. Now, there's much less shares out there for Hims. What's Hims float? 183.5 million. What's their revenue like? All right, so here's Hims revenue. Oh man, I clicked it. Honestly, this is why Hims is growing. Look at their revenue. This is why they're growing. Look at this revenue. So Hims' revenue is flying. It's getting better and better and better. They're a growth company right now, so their growth. Look at that growth. So that is why Hims is flying. You know. And so we could say bad fundamentals. Their revenue doesn't look bad. Came in at almost 600 billion, or 600 million, I should say, not billion, million. Yeah. So they're not bad. I mean, let's see if they can keep the growth up. Top 3 mullets. I don't think I ever had a mullet ever in my life, and I'm proud of that. You know, mullets are coming back though. Like, I go to my kid's school, bro, and my daughter especially, and she's in high school. There's 2 things that are back from the 90s and the early 2000s. Bleach blonde hair is back, bro. You see these kids. I got a cousin, straight bleached, like just bleached blonde hair, the whole head. It's not even like streaks. It's like the whole head is blonde. It looks crazy. All right, look at this drop. Let's see if there's a justification for this big red candle here. And then mullets are also back too, which is crazy. Is there anything dropping this market right now? That's a big red candle. We got 15 minutes. All right, so we're all the way back down to 20.2. 20.2. I saw the president post this morning on socials. All right, so he said the Bank of England growth forecast is not doom and gloom. I am speaking to the U.S. every other day regarding the Putin aid. Maybe it's just technical. Just a big red candle. We bounced right there at 20.200s. Yeah, look at Hims drop pretty significantly. Some type of catalyst happened here. Where's the 10-year at this morning? Take a look at the 10-year, guys. Here's the 10-year. It is... Get out of the way. mean, we're down slightly this morning, but we're actually green this morning. Actually, we're almost flat though at this point in time. We opened up right under where we are now, so we're slightly green. But this is on a period where the 10-year has been pulling back over the last 2 or 3 days. Again, Nvidia and other microchips are up after the president announced that he is rolling back some of the previous chip restrictions, not tariffs, but the previous chip restrictions. You can see Nvidia up big today, AMD up big, MU up big, Intel up big. Kind of flat market though. Yeah, watching Apple really closely today as well. Apple under 200s. So. And so again, the big story today, chat. The big story today is that at 10 a.m., the president is going to be announcing a deal done almost certainly with the UK, the United Kingdom. With that deal is going to hopefully bring some positive, optimistic volatility towards markets. Oh yeah, they've seen it. Rumor, they've seen it. Hey, what's up, Fred? Yeah, so again, a lot of people are hoping for a good US-UK deal. Looking at news this morning, broad market exchange funds up. You know, the S&P is up about 1%. QQQ is up 1.5%. A lot of optimism over the US-UK agreement, and chips are up because of the potential pushback of the export restrictions. Jobless claims drops at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, as well as Q1 productivity and costs. So this is a big report. It comes out at 8:30 in about 10 minutes, and it's expected at 230,000 for jobless claims, unemployment, initial jobless claims. Wholesale inventory drops at 10 a.m. We also have the president doing his trade deal announcement that's almost certainly going to be with the UK. That's coming out. Oil is up a little bit, but still under $60 a barrel. Gold has pulled back a little bit this morning after renewed optimism. Gold is sitting at 33.57s, 33.58s. Most chip stocks, AMD, Apple, Google, all up today after that optimistic chip news. And again, the FOMC meeting was yesterday with Jerome Powell basically giving us a kind of a hawkish sentiment with a pause and a data-dependent approach. So we will see what we get today, chat. We will see what we get. I'm ready. Honestly, my levels have held really well. Look at this 200 level. Kind of wish I would have bought that dip, but Rocket Lab, what is that? RKLB. Yeah, I mean, it's up a little bit today. Kind of flat though over the last week or two. All right, so we're testing that 200 exponential again at 220s, 217s. So we can get over it. Still struggling to hold over it. Rejecting. Look at Google though. Google testing highs of the day with 9 minutes left until jobless claims unemployment. Google testing highs of the day. It's at 157s. 157s. So Ricky, you are the only person that can't hear, bro. Elf is a makeup company. Just to put this into perspective. Very volatile stock as well. And there's one thing that I would say is objectively true, which is that I don't know makeup. And so ELF is down a huge percentage in the last year as well. ELF just in the last year is down from 220 highs down to 65 a share. Hit 50 at one point, under 50. And so ELF is a company that I'm not going to invest in because I don't understand the market. I try to invest in things that I understand, and I don't understand ELF. Sometimes you got to admit when you don't know something, and the makeup industry is something I absolutely don't know or understand. Do you think unemployment data will come in higher or lower? Honestly, people either think we're going to come in 52% higher, or 52% of people think we're going to come in higher than expected. I should clarify. 29% think lower, 20% think as expected. 215s, 220 still rejecting here at this top. We'll see if we hold down or what, but unemployment is super bullish for Bitcoin. I don't know. I don't know if Bitcoin's a hedge against unemployment. I think Bitcoin is a hedge against bank fears. So I think if bank fears are bad, people hedge with Bitcoin. They flock to Bitcoin, right? Like if banks are failing, that's when people will start buying up Bitcoin a lot more. I don't necessarily think it's a hedge against unemployment personally myself, but maybe it is. I don't know. But I personally don't think that's what it is. I don't think that's the correlation that I've seen historically for it. I think like when we had all those bank problems in 2023, Bitcoin flew up, right? Bitcoin flew up. But I don't necessarily think it's like gold in that regard where the economy tanks, people buy Bitcoin up. And maybe it is. It could be. Anything could happen. But I think it's a little bit hard to tell what the correlation is. I think most of the time Bitcoin moves in a macro way with markets, not against them. Unless it's banks, and then that's a different story. All right, chat. Hey, we got 6 minutes left. Hit the live button next to the play button. Appreciate the love. Let's keep the growth up. Got about 1,200 people here already. Got 6 minutes left. Yeah, last time jobless claims data ended up showing up. What did it show up at last time? Last time jobless claims data ended up showing at 240s. Today they're expecting 230 or so. 230s. So we'll see what that looks like. But yeah, today they're expecting 230s. We also got non-farm productivity and some other stuff too. So just be ready. All right, so this is the third or fourth test of this 215 level in the last like 10 minutes. See if we hold. If unemployment is low, it increases the probability to cut rates. Yeah, it's yeah, you got it backwards. It's unemployment is high, yeah, which you corrected. So just to your credit. Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong with Bitcoin. I don't know. All right, we got 1,300 people here. Still got about 5 minutes left. 4.5 minutes. All right, so we're starting to creep up. Google up over 156s. Over 156s. I don't know. I don't know what the Prez is going to do today. I don't know. All right, chat. About 4 minutes left. 4 minutes. Do you think jobless claims will help or hurt the market? Make it go up or down? Put up or down in chat if you think it's going to go up. Put down in chat if you think it's going to go down. Let me know what you guys think this is going to do. We got 3.5 minutes. All right, we're at 212s. Still under that level here. 3 minutes left, chat. Do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button as well. I don't sell a course, don't sell a service, cover all the major economic reports, cover earnings, cover stocks, cover Jerome Powell, cover FOMC decisions, Powell speeches. We cover it all. So subscribe if you haven't yet. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. Top 3 levels in the game right here. All right, you gotta hurry. I love you.
Love you.
Bad news is good news. I don't know, man. I think the market wants rate cuts, and I think the market fears inflation. Honestly, this is what I think. I think bad news is good news, and good news is bad news. No, wait. I think bad news is bad news, and good news is bad news. Is what I meant to say. All right, chat. Hey, we got 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. All right, guys. 20.2 thousand. Google up to 157s. Jobless claims are coming lower. We'll see, man. We got a minute and a half left. All right, we're going to do a countdown, guys. We got a minute and 20. NASDAQ very flat, very choppy after yesterday's FOMC. Google just broke highs of the day. Got up to 157, almost 156.70s. Apple turning down under 198.45 VWAP level, testing 198s right now. Intel's up today. Google's breaking highs of the day. Apple's up a lot, but starting to retrace back down here. Gold is down. Oil is up. And the NASDAQ is very choppy, very flat. But I think NASDAQ is green on the day. Still. Over 20,000. So that is the market right now. We have about 45 seconds left until jobless claims, unemployment filings come out. 45 seconds left. Yeah, we're not doing QE, though. We're still doing the opposite of QE, which is QT, which is a tightening phase of pushing the economy down through high interest rates. And so we're still doing QT, not QE. So in that theory, it should be bad for Bitcoin. But regardless, here we go. We got 20 seconds, chat. 20 seconds. Let's see what we get. 15 seconds, chat. 15 seconds before jobless claims unemployment. This timer's a little bit early. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Here's the report. Jobless claims or non-farm productivity showed up at minus 0.8%. Minus 0.8% for non-farm productivity. Jobless claims is a little late. They haven't released it. There it goes. Jobless claims 228,000, lower than expected. Stronger economy than expected via jobless claims. Continuing claims showed up lower than expected as well. And 228 versus 231 expected. Now, if the market wants rate cuts, this is bad because this shows less people filing for unemployment week to week, less people filing for unemployment week to week. And so far, the market has reacted positively. But again, this data showed stronger economy than expected, stronger labor market than expected, less people filing for unemployment week to week at 228 versus 231 expected and 241 last time. And so far, the market is like this. Look at this green candle showing up in the market from jobless claims. So far, the market has liked this report. U.S. unit labor costs. So U.S. labor costs per unit came in at 5.7, higher than expected as well. But again, stronger economic report than expected. Jobless claims stronger than expected. 228 versus 230 expected. Previous was 241. So a stronger. Yeah, so again, stronger labor market than expected. Stronger labor market than expected. Better than last time, too. And look at the NASDAQ rip up on today's jobless claims report, guys. Look at this move on the upside. We are up to 20,200. 20,200 for jobless claims. Or I'm sorry, we are up to 20,200 on the NASDAQ. Finally over that 200 exponential. Honestly, if we dip down, I will buy this, chat. So if we dip down, I will buy this up. We'll see if we get it or not. It's a big move. A big move here, chat. Give me a little dip. At 215s, I'll take it. I'm going to start buying in here. We got a cushion on the day, so we can take a little risk and maybe add up to 3 contracts on this downward push. Here we go. All right, there we go. We got 2 contracts now. Flat as we speak. Again, jobless claim stronger than expected. I'll put this up on screen so you guys can see it here. Where did I do this? Yeah, there we go. All right, I'll put this up on screen. All right, so we are now down on this trade. Hold on. I'm going to sell half of it right there just because we retraced all the way back up. And so I went from being really red on the trade to basically flat. So we're going to limit risk and get out, even though, you know, we probably could have held there. Again, here is the report right here. All right, now we're green. All right, we do have OPEC April output falls 30,000 barrels from March to 26 million BPD according to Reuters survey. Output edges lower despite planned output hike. And so, is this good for oil? Yeah. All right, so we're slightly green on the trade, or on. All right, so we keep bouncing at that 200 exponential right there. But if we keep testing lows, I'm gonna have to cut this. All right, so now we're back to flat. Very flat trade so far. But if we keep edging down, we're gonna have to. Good day to this trade. Very close to cutting it here. I want to see if we retrace back up one more time, but if we don't, I'm definitely much less optimistic. Yeah, so we cut it right there. So we're still green on the day, by the way. Like, you can still see the green up here. We're green, but just too big of a drop. Maybe we could have bought up the 215 level that we were thinking about buying. So these are, and again, if you want to day trade with me, you can see how similar this is to day trading stocks. There's no PDT rule in futures. You can day trade the S&P, the NASDAQ, the Dow, the Russell, gold, some currencies, no PDT rule. And Top Step gives you a 50K demo. If you want to learn to day trade, do not fund your own account. Most day traders lose. And so instead of doing that, see, I might buy this back up though. All right, we'll try. Not the best. Oh my gosh, dude. Now we're red on the day. Something just happened though. Look at that drop. Anyways, pretty much flat on the day now, honestly. Yeah, we're basically flat. We're down $10. But with that said, if you want to check out Top Step, no PDT in futures. You can day trade the S&P, the NASDAQ, the Dow, the Russell, gold, some currencies. Very similar to day trading stocks. If you fund your own account, you're probably going to lose it in the beginning. Most day traders lose their first couple accounts. They lose for like a year or more in the beginning. It makes no sense to fund your own account. Instead, if you try Top Step, they give you a 50K demo. And if you can make 3K in profit without losing 2K on a $50,000 demo account, they fund you 50K with a 90% split. And prior to that split kicking in, you get to keep your first 10K in profit. And so it's very similar in that regard to funding your own account. The risks are noticeably less, where if you fail this challenge, you're out $50. It's not the end of the world. In my opinion, it's the best of both worlds. Limited risk, similar reward to funding your own account. And they pay out hundreds of millions, fund thousands, one of the most legit ones in the world. A great way to learn. And learning in a structured environment where you have to follow rules and learn how to trade, it just makes sense. It builds your skill as a trader. You got limited risk. If you fail, you're out $50 for the base one. It's a monthly subscription. And it's just a great way to learn. If you use my link and go to Top Step X, there is zero commission, tiny amount of fees per trade and zero commission. And so it's even better and more of an edge to learn. And And so again, they are an affiliate of mine. Some would say I'm the top 3 most biased in the world though right now. So some would say I'm the top 3 most biased in the world. Not an investment professional. Don't copy me. I get paid by them, so I'm definitely biased. And if you want to check them out, I'll put the link up in chat right here. Great way to help support the channel. I'll pin it to the top of the page if you want to see it. I appreciate the love. Thanks so much. The NASDAQ is turning down. So it looks like I got out just in time to avoid this massive drop. Because look at everything start turning right now. Everything's starting to turn. There's the link in chat right now. It's also pinned at the top of the page. Look at the NASDAQ fall right now. Let's see if there's some news. There's got to be some, right? Maybe it's just a late reaction to jobless claims. All right, so Bank of England Deputy Governor says it's important that the MPC has not changed the size and pace of quantitative tightening. MPC starting considerations now about QT over the next year. Whoa, look at this, chat. This is a volatile action here for 8:30 in the morning. Okay, I guess it's just a delayed response to jobless claims. I guess the market wants rate cuts, and the labor market being stronger than expected is not what the market wants. Yeah, it could be a liquidity grab. Yeah, I mean, yesterday I made what, like $300 yesterday, you know? So if I'm down $10, I mean, I get it. People are going to want to jump in and be like, hey, you're the worst ever. I'm definitely top 3 worst ever. But if you're not going to say anything when I win, you can't just poke your head in when I lose and act like, you know, it's just not really sensical. But it's all good. It's all good. It's the nature of the internet. Everybody's an expert. And I'm not for sure. Anyways, we're starting to bounce back a little bit here. Google retesting highs. Apple is what broke down. So what dropped the market right here is Apple, most likely. Apple breaking down under 198. So I'm trying to see if there's any other stocks that really broke down. I'm looking at Nvidia too. Nvidia pulled back under 119, rejected 119. I'm looking at Intel. It did as well. Oil had a big pullback. I'm looking at AMD. It pulled back pretty substantially. All right, so US-UK trade pact. Okay, so this might be the news. Okay, so there's 2 big news stories that just came out over the last few minutes. All right. First one is the US-UK trade pact will leave the 10% US tariff in place, according to CNN. That's number 1. Number 2, in Russia, China deemed the accelerated purchase of long-range missiles from allies of nuclear-armed countries within military alliances to be proactive. That news just came out as well. We also had the Bank of England Deputy Governor Ramsden saying it's important that the MPC has not changed the size and pace of QT and other stuff. But maybe those 3 catalysts are driving this market down. I'll say it again, big rates, big mistake not cutting rates yesterday. I think we could have cut rates yesterday. I really do. I think we have GDP weakening coming in negative. You know, one of the big questions that they asked Powell was that, hey, like the prelim GDP data was bad. Like, why didn't we cut rates, basically? And he basically said it was prelim data. So I think we could. I wouldn't be mad if we cut yesterday. I also understand that we didn't, though. So like, I'm kind of neutral on it. But yeah. Yeah, he seemed like well, I told people this, and something I said both on Top Step TV yesterday, as well as in my stream in the morning. One of the things I said was that Powell would be very apprehensive to give guidance. He would be very data dependent. He's not really going to want to answer guidance questions. He's not really going to want to tell you when we're going to cut or when we're going to, you know, get our first cut and start, whether we're going to cut this year. He's not going to want to answer any of that stuff. He's going to be really apprehensive to give guidance and answer questions. And that's exactly what he was. He was very apprehensive. I would say he was hawkish, though. So I would say he was more hawkish than expected. So I would say Powell was much more restrictive than a lot of people thought he would be. Basically, he said there's an argument that we might not get cuts this year. And if that's the case, I don't think the market's going to like that at all. And I think that's could be why the market reacted negatively here. I think the market could be down based off of that thesis of like the market wants rate cuts. If we do not get rate cuts, market's not going to like it at all. And I think the jobless claims unemployment filings showed a stronger labor market than expected, which means what, chat? It means less of a need to cut rates. If the labor market is strong, the Fed's not going to want to cut rates. Even if we look at the Fed's statement yesterday, right? So even if we look at the statement yesterday, bro, I don't know what it is with my computer, but it does not refresh the FOMC meeting. Like, I literally have to manually type it in to get this sometimes, bro. It's ridiculous. Like, look, I refresh the statement, refresh. Where is it, bro? Does anybody know how to fix this? Here's the May meeting. Like, why are you just not showing up on my end? Strange, dude, strange. I have to go find it a different way. Like, usually I have to type it in like this. I go here, and I have to type it in like this. I go here, and I say 8, or I say 5, 7, and I get it this way. I kind of hack the URL. And so, again, this is what he said yesterday. He said, although swings in net exports have affected data, recent indicators suggest the economy activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. The unemployment rate has stabilized at a low level in recent months, and labor market conditions remain solid. Inflation remains somewhat elevated. You know, in order to achieve these goals, we decided not... uncertainty about the economic outlook has increased further. The committee is attentive to both sides of the dual mandate and judges that the risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen. In support, they're going to basically keep rates the same. They're not ending QT. He said that the committee will continue reducing its holdings of Treasury securities and agency debt and agency MBSs. The committee is strongly committed to supporting 2%. Basically, what he said is inflation's still a problem. The labor market's strong. We're not cutting rates. We're keeping QT the same. We're not ending QT. We're not slowing QT. We're not cutting rates. Inflation's still a risk is basically what he said. And so I think with that said, the jobless claims unemployment filings today showed a stronger labor market, less of a need to cut rates, more potential inflation problems. And I think that is maybe why the market's reacting negatively. Could be the news I covered earlier, though, but maybe that's why. You know, maybe. I don't freaking know, man. I mean, I think we should all be afraid of inflation, right? Like, I think, like, I see both sides here. I see people that, like, support the president and basically never disagree with him and then basically say, like, everything he says is truth. And then I see people who essentially disagree with everything he does and act like everything he says is blasphemy, right? Like, and neither of them are right. Both sides are wrong. Like, the real answer is somewhere in the middle. Like, I'm okay with cutting rates. The risk is inflation. And so, and inflation's a big fear of mine and should be everybody else. Prices have gone up substantially in the last 5 years. They have gone up 3, 4, 5x in a lot of categories in a 5-year period. That's not good. We should all fear that happening more. And so I'm okay with us being really cautious regarding inflation. But I also think that you could probably argue a rate cut yesterday. You know, I think we've got negative GDP for Q1 in the prelim data in the advanced estimate GDP report. We got negative GDP at minus 0.3% versus an expected positive print. I think that's not good. I think the Fed GDP now is negative a lot. So we're seeing signs of a weakening economy. And the tariff stuff hasn't even happened yet. And so that's going to weaken the economy more when it kicks in a lot of the ways. And so I just think we're not really seeing the signs of the tariffs yet. And that's something that Powell said. And so one of the things I do disagree with Powell on is Powell said the labor market's strong. And then Powell also talks about how the economy is resilient, inflation's a risk. But then he also mentions that we haven't seen the effects of the tariffs yet. And so I think the tariffs might make the economy turn even worse and might justify a preemptive cut even more. But, you know, he just didn't cut. And that's okay. I'm okay with us waiting. I'll say it again. I'd rather us go into a mini recession than have inflation spike again. Now, inflation's not really spiking according to the data right now. PCE was flat, but I'm still fearing it. I'm still worried about inflation. So I'm kind of neutral with all this stuff. Yeah, I'm kind of neutral with all of it. What do you guys think? Which would do you guys think we should have cut yesterday? Let me know. Do you think we should have cut yesterday? Let me know in chat right now. Say yes or no. Do you guys think we should have cut yesterday? All right, guys. Yeah, so I do see this news that Coinbase has agreed to acquire Deribit, the world's biggest trading platform for Bitcoin and ETH options, for roughly $2.9 billion, according to the Wall Street Journal. So this news just came out regarding Coinbase buying a crypto options platform. Yeah, I know I'm on mute. I was talking to my wife about something. You're saying two different things. If they cut, inflation can go higher. I understand what I'm saying. Like, I understand cutting rates and even more so stimulating the economy can make inflation worse. I understand this completely. I explain this to people every day. What I'm saying, though, is that inflation, I fear inflation absolutely, but inflation hasn't really shown a scary number print in a while, right? So inflation hasn't really been high recently. PCE inflation, core PCE came in at 0%, I think, last month. And so inflation hasn't been that bad. And so with a relatively calm inflation print, as well as a negative GDP print, as well as a lot of people predicting last quarter was negative in quarter one, and this quarter might be close to negative, that's looking like we're heading towards a recession. And I think in that regard, a cut makes sense, you know. But at the same time, I do very much fear inflation. And so I understand waiting as well, is what I'm saying. I'm neutral, is essentially what I'm saying. All right, chat. Why no cut? No, but we should have ended QT. I can kind of agree with that. Like, I would be okay. Like, ending QT is a dovish thing. Quantitative tightening restricts the economy and tries to push inflation down. Like, QT is basically the Fed unloading their balance sheet through letting it. It's not, again, direct QT is selling bonds. Is selling off the Fed's balance sheet. Fed's doing passive QT, which basically, like, they're letting their bond holdings and other financial assets mature. It just fall off their balance sheet in a more organic way. Either way, it restricts liquidity from the bond market and helps keep interest rates high. And so it's a restrictive monetary policy stance. So ending QT would be a dovish stance, a loose stance, and I think it would be balanced. If they ended QT but didn't cut, I think that's probably the perfect move to make here. End QT, that's optimistic. Don't cut, but end QT, balance it. And, you know, I'd be okay with that. A lot of people can argue, though, on the other end of that ending QT might be a more inflationary thing than cutting rates, you know. And I think in 2020, what caused the massive inflation spikes that we got was the QE that we got, was the dovish money printing, stimulus checks, supply chain restraints, all that other stuff caused inflation too, for sure. Low interest rates, but yeah, it's nuanced for sure, definitely nuanced. Yes, buying up bonds is QE. Buying up QE is when the Fed creates online money, basically, and then uses that online money to buy up a bunch of bonds and MBSs and other financial assets. And what this does is it forces interest rates to come down a little bit and injects liquidity into the bond market and the economy. But it can cause inflation, for sure. It's a more desperate decision. The Fed can just straight up lower rates, or they can do a more desperate thing by doing QE, basically, is what it is. They're already quietly doing QE. In what way, Matt? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just open into hearing it. All right, so yeah, so Coinbase getting a deal. That 200 level keeps rejecting here. What do I want to do? I want to short this. I'll short a little pop up here. See if we can come back down. We'll add to a short if we get a flush. Add a little bit more. So we break down a little bit here. There we go, it's better. Take half off there, lock that in. Looks like we got out in time. I could probably give a little bit more time to let this roll though. Add a little piece to this here. We're basically completely flat on the day. I'd love to go green on the day though, and we'll see if we can. We're very close to it. We took one profit, so we're green on this trade, but I want 185 to keep holding. There we go. The market's very rangy, very neutral today though, guys. It's very hard to get any good, like, big statistical edge. Let me find my chat. Hold on. Oh man, I looked the other way. We'll let it test this, but we took profit on this originally as well. I'm not going to add any to it either. That's much better. I'm going to reduce my size here, though, and just protect the trade. I like the rejection here, but risk management. And basically, we're completely flat on the trade as of now, so it could be worse. There we go. That's much better. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing my best. I got a big... My monitor is huge, and so I'm trying to manage the trades. There we go. All right, we're out. We got ourselves that rejection at this level that we wanted, and now we're green on the day. So, what's your entry criteria? I base it off of levels, and so you can see that last entry I got in right around this level right here, and that level held and rejected. And so, like, one thing that you'll see me play is levels. And so if we're up here, and then we break underneath this level and then rebound to test it, I will take a short here looking for a rejection back down, if that makes sense. Yeah, we're green again. That's nice. Let me do this so it's a little bit cleaner of charts. Actually, I want to go up a little bit. That's pretty clean. To put this down some. There we go. Honestly, I would have held two even better. Like, look, we got that nice clean rejection at 186s. All right, we got a couple minutes until the scrum, the 8 a.m. scrum. Yeah, we had jobless claims report already. I mean, I have a stop loss. It's just a mental stop. My range is so small. Isn't gold a valid long as per recent news? What recent news? Alright, so the U.S. and Russia have reportedly held discussions about the U.S. assisting in revisiting gas sales to Europe, according to Reuters. Alright, guys, so again, we're going to get ready. All right, let's get ready to day trade the opening bell live here, chat. Let me put this up. Yeah, I mean, gold is on a 5 to 10 year uptrend. And so the only thing about gold is that gold can uptrend long periods and downtrend long periods. And so with it being on an uptrend for 5 to 10 years, it's not really my favorite time to buy it. Although I do like gold as a long-term inflation hedge. I think gold is one of the single best long-term inflation hedges in the market. And gold has shown that. Gold has outperformed the stock market in some ways over the last 20 years. So I like gold generally. So I generally like gold, but all right, so the market might be down. A lot of people are saying the market is down because of this. Reuters reports a joint statement issued from Russia and China calling on other nations to drop sanctions and military pressure on North Korea. They deem the accelerated purchase of long-range missiles by allies of nuclear-armed countries within military alliances to be proactive. Russia confirms its commitment to the One China principle and recognizes that Taiwan is an integral part of them. That news is bad for foreign policy. Yeah, we got the opening bell in 30 minutes or so. 8 a.m. scrum didn't really move markets, though. Microchips are still up a lot today. We are going to day trade the open here. All right, chat. Yeah, I'd say the big thing going on this month now is Nvidia earnings. Yeah, I mean, so here's something to understand, and I usually say this at least a couple times every few months. But people tend to think the world is crazier now than it was, let's say, 100 years ago. But in general, that's obviously and objectively not true, right? The difference between now and back then is back then they had modern... Who's knocking on my door, bro? Hold on, guys. All right, we're back. No, it's just contractors. Nvidia earnings is at the end of this month, so we got Nvidia earnings at the end of this month. But yeah, typically people tend to think it's crazier now, but the difference is we got news cameras, 24/7 news coverage, all these different things that are just showing all the crazy stuff that goes on in the world. And back then they just didn't have it. But the early 1900s, that was a way crazier time than right now. Way crazier time. Sorry, I'm telling my dog to stop barking. Yeah, we got access to real-time information. It's a lot more calmer now. There's actually much more stability in the world now than there's ever been for the most part. And people don't understand this. People get really wrapped up. News has an incentive to get clicks, right? Like they want you scared. They want you freaked out because then you'll tune into them even more and more and more and more. And so honestly, for the last 100 years straight, everybody's always thought it's the end of the world. Why? Because now they're getting all these things that you never used to see shown to them 24/7. All the crazy stuff that goes on in the world. Think about the last 500 years. A lot of crazy stuff's happened. It's honestly objectively pretty calm in markets right now and in the world right now than it's ever been. Not saying there's not conflicts, not saying there's not stuff going on, but in general, it's a lot calmer. All right, chat. We got 20 minutes left. 20 minutes left. All right, so we did get that breakdown under this range here. So the range we had here did work. Let's see if that 150 level supports the market here. Apple's still breaking down, though. Yeah, so we did a poll asking about jobless claims. We got about 1,300 votes. We're gonna do another poll. What's a good question for the poll, chat? Give me a good question. Well, subjective just means opinionated, and so I guess it's based off of opinion. But well, obviously market ending red or green is a good one, but I think I've used that one too much. What's up, Tiny? Hope you're doing good. AMD earnings are already out. At 10 a.m., remember, we got some big news going on today as well. Chat, just remember that. At 10 a.m., we got some big news going on. We'll just keep it easy. Are you bullish or bearish for the opening bell in 20 minutes? That'll be our question. So at 10 a.m. we got the Oval Office announcement of a UK and US trade deal is what they think it is. So that's going live at 10 a.m. Hush, Bruce. Also, guys, if you haven't already, give me a follow on x.com. The link is right here. Great way. We cover a lot of breaking news. And so if you want a place that gets the data quickly, even if you can't tune into the stream, but you want a place that gives you the data quickly, give me a follow right there. There's the link. Everybody check it out. I appreciate the love. We've been growing on like crazy on there recently. But yeah, check it out. There's the link. Appreciate the love. Thanks so much, chat. Let's keep the growth there up. So far, we got this move down here, so that short would have worked if we would have held it. But we're green on the day. We got ourselves green. We can't complain too much about it. Kind of going back and forth right now. Where's Bitcoin at? Did Bitcoin end up coming back down? Yeah. So Bitcoin futures under 100K now. Appreciate it, Ty. Thanks for the follow, bro. Appreciate the love. Speaking of Game of Thrones, when is season 3 coming out of House of Dragon? They're beginning production early this year. 2026. We got a whole year. We gotta wait a year for GTA 6 and Game of Thrones House of Dragon 3. Link is pinned at the top of the chat. Meet. Link is pinned at the top of the chat. So look above the poll. You'll see the link, bro. Alright guys, so we do have wholesale inventories coming live at about 48 minutes or so at 10 a.m. Today we got the Atlanta Fed GDP now for quarter 2. They're expecting 2.2%. 2.2% was honestly a little bit stronger than expected. Tomorrow we got a bunch of Fed members speaking and some other stuff. And then next week we got inflation data going live. So next week's actually interesting. Next week we got a big CPI week. Retail sales, import exports, consumer sentiment. Okay, so we got Michigan consumer sentiment Friday, PPI Tuesday, or PPI Thursday, retail sales Thursday, CPI Tuesday. What about the week after next? So boring the week after that. Literally nothing goes on. Maybe they just haven't updated it yet. But all right, guys. Hey, we got 15 minutes. Honestly, the range is so freaking small, dude. The range is tiny. All right, guys. Sorry. S&P 1 minute looks way tight. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we've been trickling down. But it's not really like an easy range to attack. It's very light, very small range. Like, that's the range right now. Microchips are still up. We just got to wait for the open in 13 minutes or so. All right, guys. So, still gotta wait. I'm waiting. Yeah, I mean, everybody always asks me for my news sources. I mean, I use Market Watch. I use a bunch of different ones, though. I'm not gonna give all of them. All right, 14 minutes left. 14 minutes left. I'm looking at 150. I'm looking at 125. I think the biggest level on charts right now is 20,000, though. So we're looking at that for sure, too. Wait, what about my indicators? Let me see my indicators. You think it's all from chip news? I think a lot of the gap up today was from chip news. I think microchips gapped up after the president said he might push back some of the export restrictions. I think the UK trade deal that's supposed to go live at 10 a.m. is also a big thing. Yeah, honestly, Dan, it was a pretty small reaction yesterday to the Fed meeting. Like, we had like 4,000 people here, so we got people tuning in, but the reaction, like the market move, was small. So it's weird, right? Like, the market move was small yesterday. It wasn't a huge move for markets. It was pretty small, pretty muted, not really super range, not big range. Like, even now, like we could take a look at the QQQ here. I mean, it wasn't like small relative to everything else, but it was small for an FOMC decision. You know, this type of range all day for an FOMC day is pretty small. Like, look. Even if we take a look at like a 15-minute chart. Yeah. Like this type of range. Look at the range. This was the FOMC range. So very small, very light, not really big. But at the same time, I mean, you got to understand Powell was very neutral, data dependent, apprehensive to give guidance. Like he was very flat, wouldn't really answer anything. And so whatever you got to go with what he gives us. And he didn't really give us many clues. Is it me or are you really low volume wise? I don't think I'm low. I can turn myself up. It might be a little too loud, but I can turn myself up here. I got you. Hold on. All right, so now I should be even louder. Let me know if this is good. I can leave it like this if you want. One thing I've learned is that nobody on Facebook or Instagram talks about how much they work than people who don't work at all. That's all I've learned about. You know, like you see somebody's page, I like to work. Job, none. No, I'm sorry, but it's just, I think it's obviously true. Volume is good. Good, man. I'm not even judging you if you don't work, bro. Honestly, I think life happens quick. Enjoy it, you know. Unless you got kids, then you got to work, you know. Volume was it still fine? What's up, Sam? Hope you're doing good, bro. Education, school of hard knocks, yeah. I see it so much, bro. You know. It's like, where do you work? I work at, you know, tech company. You know. I don't know. I think sometimes people just want privacy anyway. So I'm not really judging somebody that does that. Most of the time I think they're full of crap, but and work can be broad. Like, if you do something, I work from home. I don't have to go anywhere, you know. And so I'm not judging. I'm really not. But I think it's kind of the same tune of like, nobody. If you want to know one sign that somebody does not have money, if they wear a shirt with a bunch of money on it, you know, kind of the same tune of that. I think people talk like, you know, self-employed equals unemployed. A lot of the time it does. Entrepreneur. I'm an entrepreneur, bro. You know. Yeah, somebody told me to look at the correlation between Bitcoin and the NASDAQ on a dual chart. Let me see if I can find one. Here we go. Yeah, honestly, they move pretty similar correlations. So like, they move in a macro sense with each other is what I'm seeing here. Feet finder. Ban that guy, John. Yeah, I know I can do it in toss as well. I just can't remember how. Yeah, I'm just sitting tight, guys. The market's so rangy. I don't really want to try to bet on this range. There's no momentum to follow through with it. We've been in this range all morning, so I'm just kind of sitting tight waiting for the open. Yeah, I'm not going to ban them for liking shorts. I actually watch your show because of Bitcoin and how it follows the market. I mean, I've told people this mostly, like the correlation that I personally see, and maybe I'm wrong with Bitcoin and the rest of the market, is that most of the time Bitcoin and gold follow the market in a macro sense, meaning NASDAQ goes up, Bitcoin, gold go up too. Although gold is probably a little bit less like that. Gold actually might be the opposite. But gold is more gauging the economy versus the market and like fear. If the VIX is high, gold's probably going up, right? If the VIX is low, gold's probably going down, but it could go either way, to be honest, in those moments. Bitcoin is more macro. Like if the NASDAQ, S&P go up, Bitcoin's probably going up with it, unless there's like a more zoomed in correlation between banking and fears of banking and stuff in Bitcoin. Like if banks are really weak and failing, people might gravitate to putting their money in Bitcoin, if that makes sense. And that's something we did see in 2023 whenever we had all those big banking disasters going on. We saw people flock to crypto from banks. Like you could tell they were liquidating some of their bank investments and holdings and then go into Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. Hey, thank you, Manuel. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you, sir. All right, guys. Hey, we're getting close to the opening bell. We got 4 minutes until the market open here, chat. We'll see what happens. Probably. Rish, probably. All right, so UK's Prime Minister Starmer is going to participate in the trade announcement remotely, according to CNBC. I'm assuming they're meaning the 10 a.m. one. All right, guys. Hey, we got 3 minutes left. 3 minutes. I'm ready for the opening bell. I'm excited. Let's see if we get something good today. 10,000 Bitcoin for 2 Papa John pizza. Yeah, I'm not judging him that much, Snow. So we're talking about 10,000 BTC for 2 Papa John's pizza. I know that guy. I don't actually personally know him, but I've heard of him and I've seen like interviews with him. I can't really knock it too much because that's like saying, hey, listen, if I would have bought $1,000 of Apple stock in 1980, I'd be rich right now. Right? If I would have bought $1,000 of Microsoft stock, I'd be rich in the 90s. If I would have bought $1,000 of Amazon stock in 2001, I'd be rich right now. Right? I can't really judge him too much for it because anybody could go back in time in hindsight and be like, yeah, I should have bought this and held. It's an easy thought experiment to do, and it might make you feel bad, but it shouldn't because there's always new opportunities to make that back. So now I think the Bitcoin one's just really like Bitcoin flew after that, so I'm sure it hurts a little bit, but I don't think he should beat himself up too much over it. All right, Google coming down a little bit right before the opening bell. Let's watch this 150 level underneath. This is what I'm looking at. We got 1 minute left. Ooh. Use a different John. I'm John. That guy can be. I don't freaking know. So at 10 a.m. we got the UK-US trade deal announcement at 10 a.m. today in 30 minutes. We'll see what it looks like. I'm waiting for it. All right, chat, here we go. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. Let's see what we get today at the opening bell, guys. All right, there's the bell. Let's see what we get. We're watching NVIDIA, Google, other microchips for volatility at the open. Getting red. Red actually show up. There's 150. Testing 150. Bro, is it just me or is ChatGPT super, super slow? All right, look at that 150 bounce right off of it. NVIDIA's still down, though. Intel ripping up. AMD pushing up. Microsoft ripping up to 440s. Yeah, if I would have bought $1,000 worth of Apple stock in 1980, it would be worth $2 million today. $2 mil. Watching Meta here. Chat. Meta down a little bit. Palantir up a lot. Bounced right at 150. NVIDIA did creep down at the opening bell, though. Google down a little bit as well. Kind of a muted open, too. I mean, stuff's moving, but... All right, AMD's ripping up right now. I might buy. Hold on. Let me wait. I kind of want to buy this right now, but I'm going to wait and follow my rules. Especially now that we're dropping, testing the low of basically the day. The low of the day, really, I'm showing it at 125. So this down here or so, 120. It's like 123 is the low of the day. This right here. Low of the day. Creeping down now. NVIDIA falling down. AMD's ripping up, though. All right, testing the low of the day now, guys. Testing the lows. We're testing the low of the day right at the open. Again, while we're waiting for the opening bell to slow, if you haven't already, check out Top Step. We are day trading on Top Step's funded account program right now. We just tested the low of the day. We bounced directly off of this low. Day trading on Top Step, there's no PDT rule. If you want to learn to day trade, most day traders lose their first couple accounts and for the first year or two. That's just objectively true for most day traders. Instead of risking thousands of dollars of your own money in the beginning and probably losing it, try the base combine of Top Step. It teaches you to follow rules. They give you a 50K demo. It's $50 a month. We just cracked lows of the day here, guys. We're down to 120. 120. See if we rebound back up. But it's $50 a month. They give you a 50K demo. If you can make 3K in profit on that without losing 2K first, following their rules and conditions, a reasonable 2-3 ratio, they fund you 50K, 90% split. And they pay out millions. Prior to that split kicking in, you get to keep your first 10K in profit as well. So the split and the reward is similar to funding your own account. But if you fail, $50 a month. It's not the end of the world. It's much more limited than putting 5, 10, 20, 30 grand into your account and losing that. NASDAQ just cracked lows again. And in the futures market, you can day trade the NASDAQ, the S&P, the Dow, the Russell, gold, basically the SPY and Q price action, some currencies as well, and some platforms. No PDT rule. And if you use my link and go to TopStepX, 0 commission, tiny amount of fees per trade. It's just a great way to learn in a structured environment. All right, so we do have some news coming out right now. If you want to check it out, I'll put the link at the top of the chat. Great way to help support the channel. I'm definitely biased because I get paid by them. Top 3 most biased trader of all time ever in the world. Understand all these rules. Not an investment professional. I'm not liable if you lose money. Always make your own assessment. Trade responsibly and smart, guys. Can't guarantee anything. NASDAQ broke lows. It's now rebounding back up. We did have a little bit of news that showed up. So Wall Street execs, according to FBN, Wall Street execs with ties to White House say the India-Pakistan tensions slowed the trade pact with India, and it's the reason the UK is coming first, the UK deal. Deals on deck include South Korea and Japan, where talks are said to be moving along, according to FBN. So this is some news that just impacted markets. Yeah, this is news that is said to be impacting markets right now. All right, so we're cracked lows again. We're bouncing right back up. We are about 5 minutes into the day, so we will start trading right now. We got a small green day so far. Small green. Depends on how you guys think the market's going to respond to the trade deal, I think. All right, so we're getting a little bounce back. I'll short 150 right here if we get a big bounce back to it. But outside of that, I'm just gonna sit tight and wait. Yeah, maybe I should have had a level here at 135. 135 does look like a level. I'm gonna draw one actually. Yeah. Palantir's all the way up to almost 115s again. Meta's up to almost 610s. AMD ripped up at the opening bell, although it did pull back some and starting to kind of consolidate sideways now. So that's the market news we're looking at. Retesting lows. Google just cracked lows of the day. It's down to 154s. Still green on the day, though, but it's not lows of the day. It's lows of market open is what I should clarify. But Palantir, Meta, AMD, Microsoft, all green since the opening bell. NVIDIA creeping back up a little bit here. Wait, didn't I just draw? I thought I drew a level at 150. Or at 135s. Yeah, 135s is a level. It might rip over it, but so far I see it as a level. Yeah, Tesla's flying up to 285 right now. Looks good. I'll look at 150 for a short is what I'm looking at right now. But it's certainly kind of back and forth. Got to kind of wait, I think, too. Look at that red candle here. Whoa. I would short this, to be honest. We need a retracement though, but it's too late to short. I don't want to short a falling knife either. I kind of got to figure out what the reason for the drop is. I don't even know what advice is, Justin. I'm not an investment professional. I'm not liable if you lose, bro. Always make your own assessment. Trade smart. I'm going to short this now. Can't guarantee anything. Not an investment professional. Just a tiny range, but I'm looking to attack it here, but we'll try to hold it flat now if we could pop back up. There we go. All right, we're out. Just a little quick little scalp. We made 20 bucks there. We'll see. I'm worried we're going to hold it 20.1 thousand though. All right, so Punch Bowls Weiss reports that the U.S. House Ways and Means Committee intends to commence the markup of the Republican tax bill on Tuesday at 4 p.m. or at 2 p.m. Eastern time next week. All right, so here's 2. I'm going to try to buy this dip at 2. See if we get a big bounce. If we start to retrace, I got to cut it though. All right, we're out. We did get the bounce right at 2. You'd love to see it. All right, we'll take it. Green is good. 10 a.m. we got a U.S.-UK trade deal announcement by the White House at the Oval Office. 10 a.m. All right, so look at that 100 bounce, that 20.100 bounce that we caught. Nice little retracement. This is how I use my levels. I could short 125s too, but I think I'm going to wait. I'd rather 150 up here as a short. This is a little bit too sideways of a range, and I think we could rip past 125 quickly. 135 might be an option though. But we did work 125. Maybe I should have shorted it too. It's such a tight range though. It's hard to attack that. Alright, guys. Ooh. Yeah, we'll probably stream the announcement. You guys want me to? So there's a big rebound. Again, I'll look at 150s as a short area if we can get it. 135s could also reject here, though, but we're starting to see some strength in others. Kind of bounce backs now. All right, so we did reject 135s as we said, but again, we're such a tight range in markets right now. Yeah, AMD's flying up almost to 105s right now, chat. Palantir's up to 116s. So Palantir and AMD, which are microchip related, are flying up. $125 could reject here as well. We'll see though. Yep. Kind of a whippy price action though. I'm waiting for 150s. Yeah, Tesla all the way up to 287s. I think Tesla breaking 3s will be a big thing. Market's very flat, maybe leading up into this event. So yeah, we're gonna try to cover the White House announcement. All right, chat. So, yeah, we got a lot of stuff going live today. There we go. Still testing these lows, though, bouncing back and forth. We got kind of a triple bottom. I mean, unless, like, I think the market's mostly baked into this good news. Amazon's breaking down, though. So I think the market's mostly baked into this good news. But I think, like, anything could freaking happen here, bro. Like, if they say good things can happen. It's such a flat range leading into this report. I think that's probably what's going on. All right, look at the test of lows. So look at this drop here, guys. So we just cracked lows of the day real quick. Down to under 100 for a split second. Let's see if we hold. Yeah, AMD ripped up this morning. Meta turned all the way back down, though, testing 600s now. But we tapped that low, and then we popped right back up here, so... Again, we cracked lows. We retraced all the way back up. Yeah, so we had Shop, we had Peloton miss. Look at the NASDAQ crack lows here. We had Quantum stuff. We had ConocoPhillips. NASDAQ break it down. Let's watch 2075, 20075. Wow, look at this drop. All right, so there's 75. NASDAQ still breaking down. 20,000 is a big level. 20,000 is a big level. Warner Bros. Discovery moving towards splitting the company, according to Reuters. Big downward flux in Nvidia and others. See if this is tariff related. All right, so EU, Mexico, Canada retaliate against the steel and aluminum tariffs. The EU is challenging the legality of the new tariffs. Wow. NASDAQ's been breaking down here. We only got 10 minutes left until the until this news. Again, so this deal is supposed to get announced right at 10 a.m. He said the first of many. All right, so look at that bounce right at 7.5. I don't know if I want to short 100. I guess I could. Attack chop leading into this event. I don't want to buy this, to be honest, this little retracement. All right, we'll try it. All right, we got two contracts here. Green. We took half off there, just locked it in. We got a nice little range of room here. We can get off flat if it turns, which it just did. All right, so we got out basically flat. That's a big red candle here. We'll just test lows. Hey, we got 8 minutes left until this report. Right ahead of this report with the trade deal with the UK and US. And then we're slamming down. We're kind of chopping flat here now. Leading into this report. Maybe we're going to be really flat. We got 7 minutes left. 7 minutes. See, I want to buy this level too, but... I'm going to buy this again. We're going to hope to attack chop leading into the report. It's a small green day. We might as well take a risk. See if we chop leading into this report. We got 7 minutes left, so I think it's plausible that we go sideways. And we'll add to it if we get like a pop-up. We got a little cushion on it already, but there we go. Very neutral action here so far, though. All right, we're gonna get out of there. Pop. So green. Very small trades. I mean, we're heading into this report in 6 minutes here. 6 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna end this poll. This opening bell poll. We're gonna do another one. Are you optimistic regarding today's upcoming trade deal announcement? Yes, no. All right, so now we're testing these lows down here. We're still waiting. Still waiting to see if there's any like I think it's just going to be an announcement. No, it's at 10 a.m. in 5 minutes. Yeah, we got the big trade announcement going live at 10 a.m. Again, I think it's. I don't think it's a video. I don't see it scheduled or anywhere. Yeah, so look at this rebound back up here, chat. Still waiting. He said this should be a very big and exciting day for the United States of America press conference at the Oval Office, 10 a.m. Okay, so it says it is a press conference at the Oval Office at 10 a.m. So this is going to be an actual press conference. And again, we're going to stream it no matter what, so don't worry. I got you guys. Still waiting though. All right, we're waiting, guys. We got 2 minutes left. Market's bouncing back ahead of this. If there is a trade speech, we will be streaming it, yes. Yeah. So again, stick around, chat. It's coming soon. Yeah, all it says is that he's announcing the first trade deal. 10 a.m. We got 1 minute left. All right, guys, here we go. 40 seconds. 40 seconds. Yeah, I'm going to mute the background music and so I can make sure we can start it up with you guys. Sitting tight. Carol, top 3 worst timing ever. And here's 10 a.m. We'll see if he's slow. All right, guys. So here's 10. Waiting. Wholesale inventories came in at 0.4% versus 0.5% expected here, chat. 0.4 versus 0.5%. Nothing yet. Still waiting on the updates here. All right, so we're starting to rebound back up a little bit. Again, we're still waiting on this news. I don't see anything yet. Not on my end. So nothing happening yet. We're still waiting on this trade deal to be announced. Stick around. It's supposed to be coming soon. Bank of Canada financial stability report. Yeah, so it's going to be sometime soon. The president's going to make a major announcement. Most people speculate that it's a U.S.-UK trade deal. Still waiting on the White House to cover it. Everybody's kind of watching for it, but got to wait for the White House to cover it. Nothing yet. Nasdaq's popping up, though. So we are seeing markets move up a little bit ahead of this. Nothing yet, though. Still waiting, guys. Still waiting on news of the trade deal. Nothing on their end yet. We'll know when it comes out. And so just stick around, chat. We're covering it when it happens. So stay tight. We are here covering it. Waiting for it, the breaking news to happen. NBP's Galinsky says that there is another rate cut. It would be at the beginning of a cycle. Yeah, so. Yeah, basically everybody's waiting. Don't worry, chat. I've got all the different sources up, so we're going to cover it as soon as it starts. Waiting on this deal to start now. NASDAQ at 125s here, chat. 125s. Yeah, hit the notification bell. Hit the subscribe button. We appreciate the love. Thanks so much. Yeah, we know there's no music. It's because we're waiting on this to start. And I want to have it up so that once it starts, I can give it to you guys immediately. If it's supposed to be at 10, they're freaking late, though. Waiting here, chat. Just waiting. Yeah, what's up, Sky? Yeah, y'all hit that subscribe button. Hit the notification bell. How many of you know when it comes out? Well, we got a bunch of different sources that we watch for this type of stuff, and so we will know. Yeah. Like, we'll know. We got multiple different sources that we're keeping track of. All right, so here's the NASDAQ starting to turn down a little bit. We're down testing 20.1 thousand, 20.1K. Again, he hasn't spoken yet. Let me make sure I can. Okay, my sound is good. Waiting for this trade deal to be announced here, guys. It should be dropping very soon. All right, so we're starting to flush down here, chat. Yeah, because, I mean, we got a couple different sources up. They're not really doing anything yet, though. Like, look. Like, here's one of them. And, yeah, nothing's really going on yet on this announcement, though. So again, stick around. We're waiting to cover it. You'll see when the market starts to move when it comes out. You're trying to get all this stuff out the way. Got all these different sources up, but like most people just have this source up right here, but again, I'll put it up so you can see that nothing's happened yet. Again, stick around. We're just waiting. Do I have another window up here? All right, market's consolidating flat, boring, guys. Yeah, I can put it up in a window here. Maybe we got too many windows up right now. But yeah. Press conference should be starting soon. Nothing yet. All right, so there's market starting to drop here, guys. There's market starting to drop. Let's see if not really much going on. Hold on. Yeah, I'll put this up so you can see it's not out yet. Like, look. Let me get that out of the way. But still waiting. I got a bunch of different sources up, like I said, just to show you guys that like it hasn't started yet. They're all waiting. There's the White House waiting for this thing to go. Nothing yet. Sitting here waiting live. I'll put it up though so you can see it when it comes live. And then we'll put like a different thing up. But yeah, it just hasn't started yet. No comments are out for it either. So, very important speech. And again, there's a lot of stories to talk about regarding this speech. Let's talk about the main ones here, the big stories of this. So the scope of the deal is going to be important, primarily on steel and auto. The first tariff cutting agreement since Liberation Day. This measures a lot of stuff for this report. It influences a lot of stuff. Expert warns that it's not a full free trade pact, but a targeted tariff reduction on steel, vehicles, and aluminum, with the UK retaining protections on food standards and other sensitive sectors. This makes the UK the first country to reverse the duties, marking a diplomatic win for Prime Minister Keir and reinforcing the big relationship that them and the US president has. Expected to lift bilateral trade by billions of dollars, offering immediately relief to British exporters and U.S. manufacturers. So, yeah, we're still waiting for this report to come out. UK business leaders like the Confederation of British Industry applaud the move. U.S. futures are up a little bit, but have been dropping since the opening bell with almost everything else. So that is basically it right now. We're still waiting for the deal to start. They are late by about 10 minutes here. They are late by about 10 minutes as of now. We will get this started as soon as it happens. But yeah, they are late as of now. NASDAQ futures down a little bit, but mostly flat since the open as we wait for this report to go live. Let's wait. See what we get. I'll put one chart up. I'll put let's put gold. Maybe let's put the dollar index up, or we'll put the SPY up here. I think maybe. Keep it in neutral with the SPY. There's the SPY since the opening bell. We'll lower this a little bit so you guys can see it. Still waiting here though, man. They're late, bro. I was hoping they would do a White House stream, but White House. Yeah, I'm looking to see if he's posting anything else, but I don't see it. All right, NASDAQ coming down. All right, so FBN's Gasparino says that Wall Street execs with contracts in the White House say the plan for trade deals on tap, India, Japan, and South Korea, and Australia, is to have tariffs on or around 10, like the UK. China, of course, is another story. NASDAQ falling down a little bit, down to 25 level here. Look at this drop. NASDAQ fell down a little bit, rebounding back up some, but we're still waiting on the announcement here. Waiting for the breaking news. Nothing yet. Looking at our poll number, we asked people, are you optimistic regarding this trade decision? 66% of people say yes. 34% of people say no. All right, so the U.S. issues new Iran related sanctions, I should say. Again, we did have FBN's Gasparino speaking here around U.S.-China trade relations. And again, guys, we're still waiting on this report. Nothing yet. Boring. Waiting. Oh, we got another one up here. Yeah, okay. Make this a little cleaner for you guys to watch this as it happens. Still waiting on this announcement, chat. Kind of boring as we speak here. I was hoping the White House would give us a stream, like a dedicated one, but it's supposed to be from the Oval Office, though, right? Like, yeah, I'm checking other sources, but nothing yet. Waiting, chat, waiting. NASDAQ bounced to 25, went up to 2050, but the range is still very, very slow, very, very flat as we await this. Supposed to be at 10 a.m. press conference. It is now 10:15. Nothing announced, nothing out yet. No breaking news. Apprehension in stocks and other financial markets. Nah, pew. Sorry, bro. Yeah, I mean, the market's down, too. I mean, the market's not up. Just to clarify, the market's not down, it's up. Or, I know, I mean, the market's not up, it's down, is what I mean. Since the opening bell. Look, there's a guy. Look at this guy. Is he like the guy on the $1 bill? Is that him? He's living life out there in the White House. All right, so CNBC's Havers posts on X. He said reporters are gathered and waiting for the 10 a.m. White House trade announcement. He was told about an hour ago that details in the agreement were still changing and no information was final until the actual event. Ooh, breaking news. Breaking news. Again, CNBC Havers posted on X, reporters are gathered and waiting for the 10 a.m. White House trade announcement. He was told about an hour ago that details were changing. But still waiting on actual updates, and basically things could change. That's why it hasn't started. All right, market's coming up a little bit, though. Still waiting on this report. Man, so they got us all excited about a deal, and then, nope. Nothing. Interesting. Waiting here, guys, waiting. Somebody cue the Jeopardy music. I'm going to put some music on just because I can't. Or actually, I'll wait. But, are we going to get a deal done right now, chat? This is the big question. I don't freaking know. Market's starting to bounce back, though. They're at 2075. 2075. Again, about, what is this, 2 minutes ago, CNBC's Havers posted on X. He said reporters are gathered and waiting for the 10 a.m. White House trade announcement. He was told about an hour ago that details in the agreement were still changing. No information was final until the actual event. Markets are bouncing back a little bit. We are starting to see some rebounds in markets. We are almost up to 7.5 here. Almost up to 7.5. Yeah. Sorry, I'm going to unhide Righteous or whatever his name was. There we go. Unban him, I guess. Waiting here, chat, waiting. Let's see what we get. Let's see if we bounce at 2050. I might start trading, but I'm nervous to start trading. But look, I don't have much else to do here. I'm waiting for the event to start. You guys need entertainment, and I'm here, okay? Listen, I'm here. I'm going to buy this. Give me a bounce. We're green on the day. Okay, wait a minute. I got to cut this. So, U.S. President's trade announcement has recently been pushed back to 10:30. We got 10 minutes left, chat. 10 minutes left. Push back to 10:30 for the White House trade announcement. Let's put this up on screen so you guys can see it. It's apparently been pushed back to, man, I don't know what kind of time zone this is. But, come on, man, use market time. 10 to 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. All right, guys, there you go. Push back. 10 to 10:30, apparently. We got 10 minutes left. Scalping a little bit of movement here. Looking at our poll, 65%. 65%. I think we're going to have a good reaction to this, about 500 votes. Only thing I can imagine is that there's a deal agreed yesterday. Should I play some music here? Should I? Whew. All right. We're going to put the backwards hat on here. Again, 2 breaking news releases. Apparently, reportedly been pushed back to 10:30. We got 8.5 minutes. CNBC's Havers posts on X. Quote, reporters are gathered and waiting for the 10 a.m. White House trade announcement. He was told about an hour ago that details in the agreement are still changing. No information was final until the actual event. Yep. Main 2 stories. Again, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 10:30. Eastern Standard Time is what it's been pushed back. All right, NASDAQ rebounding back up a little bit on this report. We're coming back up some here. Markets are flying back up. Let's see if we get anything good. A lot of people are apprehensive. They don't know what's going to happen now. NASDAQ rebounding back up. Still waiting here, but 7 minutes left, chat. Big volatility showing up. Again, nothing going on right now on either side. Waiting for some breaking news. Volatile price action right now, though. Bank of Canada says trade war raises disorderly sell-off risk, according to Bloomberg. We got that going on right now. U.S. is to lower tariffs on UK-made cars to 10% and reduce beef tariffs close to zero, according to the Telegraph. All right, so here's some of the breaking news. There's some of the breaking news that came out regarding tariffs. Market's coming down a little bit. Now it's starting to rebound back up. But the U.S. is supposed to be lowering tariffs on UK-made cars to 10% and reduce beef tariffs close to zero, according to the Telegraph. Again, can't guarantee this is true. This is what I'm seeing right now. Market seems to somewhat like this report. Burgers for the Brits. Quote of the day. Yeah, we're waiting here, chat. Nothing going on yet. Yeah, we're still waiting here, chat. We're waiting. Bullish or bearish on this report? Bullish or bearish? You think the market's going to react favorably or not to this? We're supposed to have less than 5 minutes. Apparently, it's been pushed back to 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. We got recent news of UK-made cars going to 10% on tariffs and reducing beef tariffs close to zero. Market's been mostly flat, but kind of a whippy range, back and forth, back and forth. Let me know in chat right now if you're bullish or bearish on this event. We're yet to see any official stream from the White House, as well as, the White House or anything else. So, yeah, we'll see. Apparently, it's going to be at 2:30 now. We got a couple minutes. Almost there. 10 minutes push back, but we got 4 minutes left until this is supposed to start. Still waiting for the marks towards everything, regarding everything. Still nothing yet. I get it scheduled for 10 a.m. He's supposed to announce it. Still waiting on this to start. We got a couple different sources here. We're looking at C-SPAN. There's one. Setup. Should begin shortly. Look, we'll keep this one up. We got this one from C-SPAN. Waiting. But we'll keep both of them up just in case. Let me get this one up here. Hold on. Yeah, so we got C-SPAN waiting. We've got White House waiting here. Multiple sources. Trying to figure out which one starts first for you guys. You're welcome. We're here to help. But yeah, one of them's supposed to start soon. I got you guys. Hopefully they started up at the freaking official White House, but I don't see anything yet, dude. Yeah, that one was much earlier. Sit tight, guys. Hey, we're here to help. But we got multiple different sources. NASDAQ starting to rebound back up. Apparently, we're supposed to start in 1 minute here. 1 minute. My whole thing is like I'm checking everywhere and there's no official stream to this. So we got 1 minute left, chat. 1 minute left. I don't know if he's going to do an actual stream. Like when you look it up, it honestly goes straight to his truth page. Still waiting here. Hopefully they get it done for 10:30. I don't feel like sitting here any longer, guys. I got all these different sources ready for you guys. We'll see which one starts first. 20 seconds until it's scheduled to start. Make sure you hit the live button next to the play button. Make sure you're fully caught up on the stream. We appreciate it. We're here to cover the breaking news as it happens. Laugh out loud if he just does a post. He might do a post. I don't know, but we're going to stream it no matter what. We're here. I got too many windows up right now. I know that. Oh, wait. Let me get that out of the way. Okay. All right, guys. Here we go. Here's supposed to be the big announcement. It is now 10:30. Nothing. Nothing. Waiting. Somebody cue the Jeopardy music here. It's hard for me to sit here without sound. I mean, we got sound. It's hard for me to sit here without music. Where's he at? Yeah, we got a lot of story. We're going to have it as well. Yeah, but at this point, he's already 30 minutes late, guys. 30 minutes late. Come on now, bro. You're better than, like, you got to be on time. Yeah, we're already there, Lawrence. I mean, we can see both sources here. We got C-SPAN up. You know. Reportedly mulling fast-tracking deals with Gulf wealth funds, according to Bloomberg. So the president's officials are reportedly mulling fast-tracking deals with Gulf wealth funds, according to Bloomberg. Yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting for him here, chat, but there's nothing I can do. I was hoping they would do a like an actual, like, official trade deal post, but we got to sit here and wait. You can see how choppy the market is too. All right, NASDAQ's starting to rip up here, guys. NASDAQ's starting to push up. Yeah, I think C-SPAN's just pushing it back every few minutes. I think we can see it. Hold on. Yeah, they do say. They did push it back 45 minutes. Come on now, bro. Now it says 10:45 Central Time. Bro, come on now, dude. I don't want to sit here all day. All right, guys. Now it has been pushed back apparently to 10:45 for this breaking news. We're here for you guys, though. We're covering it, but man, it's taking a while. Have to retitle our screen. Nasdaq starting to move up though in anticipation of this report. Now it's 10:45 Eastern. 10:45 Eastern. I mean, you're welcome, guys. I'm here covering breaking news every day. Now I got to sit around and wait for this thing to start. Who knows when it's going to start? But yeah, C-SPAN did just push it back a little bit. So, still waiting. Nasdaq's honestly coming back up though. Look at it. It's back over 20.1K. It's starting to head towards 125s. 125s. We're still watching for this. So yeah, honestly, I think C-SPAN even got rid of the I think C-SPAN got rid of the link. I don't even think they're holding their link anymore. We need the Jeopardy music. Now the gas storage came in at 104 versus 103 billion, prior of 107. I'm following the breaking news here too. We got all the different stuff going live. I wish they would update us though. That's the weird thing, is that we're not really getting any updates. Like they're like, oh, it starts at 10, and then we basically just have silence. And then they said, oh, it's been pushed back to 10:30, and now we basically get silence. So I think a lot of people probably bought this news up thinking it was going to be optimistic and more set. But now I think I'm surprised the market's honestly heading up. I think people might lose confidence in it with it being so late and it getting pushed back over and over again, especially with the news that regarding Havers posted on X. He said reporters are gathered and waiting for the White House announcement. He was told about an hour ago that details in the agreement were still changing. No info was final until the actual event. Look at the NASDAQ turned down here. It's under 7.5s. Under 7.5s here. We are waiting for this news to see how it affects markets. We got some updated news not that long ago that it was pushed back to 10:30, and now it is almost 10:40. And we still have nothing going on yet. No updates, no information about what's going on. He did say the agreement with the UK is full and comprehensive that will cement the relationship. And so, yep. Also, guys, follow me on X.com. We post a lot of this breaking news on X as well. So if you want a place that gives you breaking news on stuff like this, at Beginner Trades. At Beginner Trades is the place. We appreciate the love. Thanks so much. At Beginner Trades. NASDAQ is falling down a little bit here, chat. Falling down some here. Down at 20.05s. And then it's retracing back up. Still no updates on news, media. Nothing going on yet. Waiting for this to start. Anybody got a dad joke to share? Yeah. Yeah, details changing does not sound good or optimistic to me. Does not sound good or optimistic. I mean, we'll see. But, yeah. Something happened to push back the deal is what it looks like to me. And so, that's what it seems like to me. What do you guys think? Are you guys confident the deal's going to get done now with it not starting after 40 minutes? It's now 40 minutes late. No, it's not, Jaden. Where is it posted, Jaden? Where? It's not. I've checked it, Jaden. You're wrong. Yeah, I'm looking there. I don't see it. Yeah, we're checking the White House Gov site. It's not there either. You're wrong, sir. I don't see one, at least. Look, I don't see one at all. Like, look, the last thing he posted on here was about Victory Day. You know? And so if there's a link, where? Tell me, because I'm not looking. I'm looking. I don't see one, bro. Look, here's the White House site. No upcoming events today. White House YouTube, nothing. Truth, the last thing that was posted was World War II Victory Day thing. Still waiting here. Nasdaq's starting to come down a little bit. I think maybe people are losing hope in this deal. We had Netty Gas Storage come out. Turkish Treasury cash balance. We did get some news that the president's officials are mulling fast-tracking deals with Gulf wealth funds, according to Bloomberg. Yeah, the news isn't out. It's not out yet. Anybody saying it is just, I don't know what they're like. You know, I don't know what the point of them saying it is, but it's not out yet. All right, guys. I'm hoping it's 9:45 now. We got 5 minutes until 9:45. I'm hoping it's 9:45. We're sitting around. We're waiting for this to start. But, yeah. We're sitting here waiting for it to start. C-SPAN even removed the schedule for this. Yep, still nothing yet, guys. No matter where I look. A lot of places say it's starting soon, but nothing really happens. If it gets pushed back to 11:15, I don't know if I'm going to wait that long, dude. Nestle is lining up. Nestle had some news. Again, I'm seeing a couple news sources. I saw it was pushed back to 10:30. Now I'm seeing it's pushed back to 10:45. We see the president's officials are reportedly mulling fast-tracking deals with Gulf wealth funds, according to Bloomberg. Again, honestly, the biggest report I saw this morning was that CNBC's Havers posted. He said reporters are gathering and waiting for the White House trade announcement. He was told about an hour ago that the details of the agreement were still changing and no information was final until the actual event, end quote. Yeah, so very interesting time right now ahead of this event. We'll see what happens. I'm waiting. So, hey, do me a favor, hit that subscribe button. We cover all this stuff live, completely live for free right here. We don't sell a course, don't sell a service, don't claim to be experts. Everything we do here is free. We don't charge for anything. Everything we put out there is free. And so if you have not already, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. We're still waiting. Okay, we are ready here. Hold on, guys. Okay, hey, we have, get Fox out the way. We got the official stream starting right now by the press. Official stream starting right now by the White House. That's a good thing here, guys. That's a good thing. Come on now. There we go. Hey, we're up. Begin shortly. We got the official stream up here, guys. That's good news. Good news. Hey, I'm happy about this. I'm getting kind of tired here. All right, we got the official stream up. Ready. Let me exit out of all these other nonsense streams. The official stream is finally getting ready here. It looks like it's going to start in 2 minutes. 2 minutes here. All right, guys, here we go. Let me get the sound right here. Make sure we're good. Get the sound up all the way. Make sure you can hear it. Make sure we're live. Make sure the volume is good. Look, I do these things because I care, okay? I do these things because I care. You're welcome. All right, guys, NASDAQ started to bounce back. All right, we just turn this up really loud. If it needs to be louder, let me know. I can fix it. Yeah. Waiting here. All right, guys, it is now 10:45 market time. 10:45 market time. Please tell me it's not going to start later. You know what? I'm going to bring up some other sources just to be safe. Just to be safe. They're still pretty slow as well. Honestly, the crazy thing is that none of these streams have music, which is kind of throwing me off. But again, we're here. I'm just glad we got an official stream for once. Let's exit out of that. All right, guys, waiting. Yep. All right, we got an official stream finally here. I wish I could cue the Jeopardy music. I really do. He must be on the phone trying to make a deal last minute. That, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Again, we're confidently waiting for this to start. We got the volume all the way up. We're ready here. Still a pretty unknown. Yeah, I mean, the official stream is probably the move. That's why we got the official one right here. Yeah, so we are having a potential deal with, I mean, I don't know if we're going to get a deal done this weekend. So Besant and a Chinese rep, and then I think Greer as well, are supposed to meet this weekend in Geneva, Switzerland to discuss de-escalation of tariffs. I hope they get a deal done. If they do, the market's going to open up massively green next Monday. I'm not saying they're going to get a deal done. I hope they do. And if they do, again, the market's going to open up massively green on Monday. Still sitting tight, waiting for this news to release, chat. So, again, we're here. We're waiting. We got the official stream started. No update from this yet. You can see the NASDAQ starting to fall down. We are almost to 11 a.m. market time here. And we have no official word on what's going on. The stream did start, which is good. Most of the other official streams have stayed stagnant, though. So we are here on the actual White House Gov official stream. We'll see what he says. Hopefully he says some good things. But no, there's no deal. 10:45 is past. Is come and gone. Yeah. Hang on, we're just waiting for them to start here.
This is
ready when you are.
okay. We're ready. We have the Prime Minister on the phone, and we have a nice hookup. This looks like the kind of a hookup that's not going to be causing any problems. And your voice comes through beautifully here. So I just want to.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it is. You sound great. I just want to begin by saying that this is a very special day because it's Victory Day, World War II, May 8th, and just by happenstance, we have the Prime Minister on the phone, and we were great allies in that, and it's very unusual that the trade deal comes due, and we signed it up on the same day that we had a great victory, the greatest victory of them all. So we are talking more and more about Victory Day because we were a big part of it, and so was the UK, and it's just, I guess, I don't know what you call it, it's just incredible that that day is the same day that we signed a tremendous trade deal for both countries. So I'm going to begin by just adding that we just concluded the rare earth deal with Ukraine. That's been fully ratified and approved by their legislative branches, and so we appreciate that, and I'll be speaking with the president in a little while, a little bit later, and we appreciate that, but the deal is all now signed up and ratified. And we have access to a massive amount of very, very high-quality rare earth. This morning, I'm thrilled to announce that we have reached a breakthrough trade deal with the United Kingdom, incredible country. Today is a victory day for World War II. We won the war together exactly 80 years ago, so there could be no more perfect morning to reach this historic agreement. And it's beautiful weather out, I will tell you that, Keir. Beautiful weather. It's so perfect outside. But it's really, in particular, the agreement with one of our closest and most cherished allies. And we're so happy that that's the way it worked out. I want to thank Prime Minister Starmer and his very talented team for their outstanding work and partnership. Today's agreement with the UK is the first in a series of agreements on trade that my administration has been negotiating over the past 4 weeks. With this deal, the UK joins the United States in affirming that reciprocity and fairness is an essential and vital principle of international trade. The deal includes billions of dollars of increased market access for American exports, especially in agriculture, dramatically increasing access for American beef, ethanol, and virtually all of the products produced by our great farmers. And our Secretary, as you know, of Agriculture is here. Brooke, thank you very much for being here.
Good day. Thank you, sir.
You'll let the farmers know. In addition, the UK will reduce or eliminate numerous non-tariff barriers that unfairly discriminated against American products. But this is now turning out, I think, really to be a great deal for both countries because it'll be really great for the UK also. So they're opening up the country. Their country is a little closed, and we appreciate that. They'll also be fast-tracking American goods through their customs process, so our exports go to a very, very quick form of approval, and there won't be any red tape. Things are going to move very quickly both ways. The final details are being written up in the coming weeks. We'll have it all very conclusive, but the actual deal is a very conclusive one. We think just about everything's been approved. So good for both countries, and we'll also receive new market access for American chemicals, machinery, and many other industrial products that weren't allowed, and they'll end up getting products that they'll be able to price, and if they like them better and we make great products, they'll be buying those products, but they were not available in the UK. Furthermore, in a historic step, the deal includes plans that will bring the United Kingdom into the economic security alignment with the United States That's the first of its kind. So we have a big economic security blanket, and that's very important. And we feel very, very comfortable with that because it's been a great ally, truly one of our great allies. I mean, a lot of people say our greatest ally. I don't want to insult people by saying that, but I can say it's certainly one of our greatest, and right at the top. And they're the first one we're talking about. And by the way, we have many meetings planned today and tomorrow, and every country wants to be making deals. And we have a meeting, as you know, Scott will be going over to Switzerland on Saturday, and that'll be very, very interesting. Let's find out, but I think they want to make a deal very badly too. Both countries have agreed that the economic security is national security and will be working together as allies to ensure that we have a strong industrial base, appropriate export controls, and protections for key technologies and industries like steel. Steel is a big factor. Both countries will become stronger with steel and things necessary for military. You know, we used to build ships and other things literally at a level that nobody's ever seen, and we haven't. We've eased up, and I would say that the UK certainly eased up, but now we're going to be uneasing both, and we work together. Once again, I want to thank Prime Minister Starmer. He's been terrific for his partnership in this matter. The special relationship and external bond, it's really an external and an internal bond between our two countries will soon be stronger than ever before. And we really do. We have a great relationship. I want to just say that the representatives of UK have been so professional, and it's been an honor doing business with all of them, and in particular the Prime Minister. And I'd like to introduce him now to say a few words. Mr. Prime Minister, please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. President, Donald. And this is a really fantastic, historic day in which we can announce this deal between our two great countries. And I think it's a real tribute to the history that we have of working so closely together. Can I pay tribute, Donald, to your negotiating team as well, particularly yes, Howard and Jameson, who've done an incredible job, a very professional job, and my team as well. Two negotiating teams have worked at pace now for a number of weeks to bring in this deal today. Really important deal. This is going to boost trade between and across our countries. It's going to not only protect jobs but create jobs, opening market access. And as you say, Donald, the timing couldn't be more apt, because not only was it 80 years ago today that victory came for Europe after and at the end of the Second World War, but of course on that day the UK and the US stood together as the closest of allies. And Donald, I think even down to the hour, because you may or may not know that it was about this time of day, exactly 80 years ago, that Winston Churchill announced victory in Europe, and that led to great celebrations across Europe, across America, but particularly in the United Kingdom. Literally people going out into the street, putting bunting up, going up to the palace. And so to be able to announce this great deal on the same day, 80 years forward, almost at the same hour, and as we were 80 years ago, with the UK and the US standing side by side, I think is incredibly important and makes this truly historic. That close relationship has endured over those 80 years. As you know, Donald, when it comes to defence and security and intelligence sharing, of course, there are no two countries that are closer than our two countries. And now we take this into new and important territory by adding trade and the economy to the closeness of our relationship. It is built, as you say, on those notions of fairness and reciprocal arrangements. We've always had a fair and balanced arrangement between our countries. This builds on that, hugely important for sectors like car manufacturing and for steel and aluminium and so many others. And yes, we can finish ironing out some of the details, but there's a fantastic platform here, including, of course, on the tech side, where I think I'm right in saying we're the only two Western countries with trillion-dollar sectors when it comes to tech. And in the end, it comes down to, as you say, Donald, economic security is national security. On national security, we've been absolutely the closest of allies for so many years, keeping the peace through that close alliance, that friendship. And now we add to that this deal on trade and the economy. And I want to thank you for your leadership on that, Donald, and for the way in which your team have negotiated this. And I'm so pleased that we've got this deal, we've finalised it, and we've built an incredible platform for the future. So thank you so much. Donald, I'm now going to go and do a press conference. I think you have your press in with you. But on the details, I think if you've got Howard, we can deal with that through one of my team.
That's great. Well, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much. It's an honor. We're going to have a continued, maybe a better relationship than ever before. You know, I don't know if the media knows, but the U.S. and U.K. have been working for years to try and make a deal. And it never quite got there, but
Yeah.
it did with this Prime Minister. So I want to just congratulate you.
Well, with this president, this prime minister, we've managed to achieve what many people have tried to achieve for many years.
That's right.
And I'm really pleased, and it feels completely historic and on a special 80-year anniversary as well. So, Donald, thank you so much. It's really good to have got this deal over the line. Tribute to both teams, tribute to our countries, and tribute to your leadership.
Thank you. Well, it really is a great thing. And you go do your press conference, and I'll see you soon. Maybe speak to you later. But thank you very much. An incredible thing. I can't tell you that for so many years, even as I sat, everybody talked and talked and talked about a deal with, it just seemed like a natural deal, but it was not done. But now it was done with us. So I feel very proud to have been a part of it. Keir, thank you very much.
Thanks, Donald, and we'll speak again soon.
Very good. So long. Bye. That's very nice. Why don't I do this? Why don't I have our Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, give a little description of the deal pretty quick, and then the good side, the very nice side, we'll be speaking about it also, maybe, from so you get a pretty equal. I think it's a very, it's just been a deal that was, we thought, very complicated. It became very simple. It's opening up the country that we really didn't have the kind of access to that I would have thought. I was surprised. I think it's why the deal never got done before. It was, you know, they've been working on this deal for 25 years. And we got it done, and we got it done. Really, it's going to be great for both countries. So, Howard, if you could go, and then somebody else, you may have, you'll pick whoever you want who'd like to do it. I have a feeling you're going to do it, right? So you guys go ahead, and then we'll take questions right after that. But I think you'll get a pretty good understanding of how big it is. It's a very large deal, very big deal. And Howard, go ahead.
So the UK is the 6th largest economy in the world and the 4th largest that we export to, right? So it's a huge market, a top 10 market. If you remember Liberation Day, they were at 10% because we have balanced trade with the UK, right? They say they have a surplus, but of course that counts gold bullion, which is, so let's just call it balanced trade. So how do you open up a market in balanced trade? People think it's impossible. They've always thought it was impossible until President Trump came on the scene and changed the way things work. So here's what we've got. We've opened up new market access, ethanol, beef, machinery, all the agricultural products. They've agreed to open their markets, and that will add $5 billion of opportunity to American exporters. So the question is, why would they do that now? Because they've never done it before, and we still have our 10% tariff on, which will produce $6 billion of revenue for the United States. So the idea was, how do they keep their jobs, protect their economy, and do the best for their people while opening the market for us? And the way is they studied it, their team was exceptional, and they tried to figure out the markets that they're importing from other people and try to send them over to America. So why were they always favoring others and not us? And what they've done is they've found the ways to do that so that we have new access, right? But the UK workers are protected, and that was the balance. So we did a deal with them in automobiles, and you know, if you're not building here, we charge you a 25% tariff. But the president, and by the way, I want to make this clear, while Jameson and I worked hard, this was the president's deal, and people think, oh, that's not the way it works. If you got to sit next to him, I have the best deal maker to my left, and if you don't think that we take advantage of him calling the prime minister and getting that deal done, you don't understand who's the president of the United States. So he's the closer. He gets deals done that we could never get done because he understands business, he understands deals, and that's why we're here today. So he agreed they could send 100,000 cars into America and only pay a 10% tariff. And that protects their car industry. And remember, we do 16 million cars a year. So this is only like 0.6%. But for the UK auto people, this is tens of thousands of jobs that the president agreed that he would protect for them. So he made that deal, right? Then steel and aluminum, right? Their steel business has been destroyed like everybody else has been destroyed by people dumping steel into their markets. And British Steel had announced it was closing down. So the British government, as part of this deal, nationalized British Steel, and they're going to match the kinds of models we do. They'll put tariffs on, they'll put quotas on. They want to do it with America so they can be part of the resurgence of steel and aluminum in America, and that saves them, again, thousands and thousands of jobs. So if you go step by step, aero and commercial planes, they sell Rolls-Royce engines to Boeing. We've agreed to let Rolls-Royce engines and those kind of plane parts to come over tariff-free. And what you're going to hear today is there's going to be an announcement in the UK that they are buying $10 billion worth of Boeing planes later today, but I'm going to let the name of the airline announce it because that's theirs to do it. Part of this deal was always to do it together and to do it strong, and you can see the numbers on this board. Everything about this board works exceptionally well for the United States of America. It lays out the plan that you can work with us in autos, you can work with us with aero and commercial, you can work with us in pharmaceuticals if you have a supply chain that is secure and protected in national security. So we feel really good about the deal. You've heard the Prime Minister, he feels really good about the deal, right? And we started at 10% and we ended at 10%. And the market for America is better, and this is a perfect example of why Donald Trump produced Liberation Day. People don't understand he gets things done in a matter of time. This would have taken Jameson and I 3 years, maybe, and instead we got it done in 45 days, certainly, because we work for Donald Trump. So Jameson, my partner in all this, maybe Jameson, you'd like to talk a little, and then we'll turn it over to the UK.
Sure, happy to do that. Everyone has had great remarks. I just have to echo the President and the Prime Minister when we talk about VE Day. This is something we've been waiting for decades, and there is no more appropriate day to do this. And when we step back and we look back a few weeks from now or months from now or years from now, we're going to look back at this day and better appreciate the significance, I think. And I'll just say as well, in terms of negotiating, I mean, the UK negotiators, you know, we've got one right here, did an incredible job, right? This is why you win wars, right? When you act like this, and the ambassador, he knows more about trade than a lot of us here, based on his background. And I would say on this deal, Mr. President, what we've shown is that it is time to change the way we do trade. People said we couldn't do a global tariff. We did a global tariff. They said no one would want to deal with us. People want a deal. They said no one give offers. You saw that stack of offers I showed you yesterday, all those countries. Said we wouldn't get deals, and here we are with a deal with the 6th largest economy. We've agreed to have fair and reciprocal trade, and we've done it in record time.
Thank you very much.
Sir.
Great job.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Ambassador, please.
Well, Mr. President, thank you very much indeed in hosting us this morning. And thank you very much indeed also for that very typical 11th hour intervention by you with your phone call to the President demanding even more out of this deal than any of us expected. So thank you for that. The Prime Minister was delighted, obviously, to take that call late at night. But you took it to another level, and I think the point I would make is twofold. One is that if we're going to rebalance and rebuild international trade in a way that serves all our interests, then we're better doing that together than separately and apart, and that's what we're on a mission to do. But secondly, you've done what you said you would do. You said to the Prime Minister when he came and we visited in the Oval that you would do a good trade deal with the United Kingdom, that you would do it at pace, and that we would be first. And you have delivered that. You've been true to your word. So thank you very much indeed for that. For us, it's not the end. It's it's the end just of the beginning. I mean, there is yet more we can do in reducing tariffs and trade barriers so as to open up our markets to each other even more than we're agreeing to do today. But it also provides us with the platform, the springboard, to do what I think will be even more valuable for both our countries in the future, and that's creating a technology partnership between the United States and the United Kingdom so that we can harness science and technology in order to create future industries and future jobs, and to do that together in the way we work so closely already in the national security and defense area. We can just take that to yet further areas of science, enterprise and endeavor. So we're looking forward to doing that in the coming months. You've launched us extremely well today. It just, in my view, as the Prime Minister has said, just shows what two countries who trust each other, who are confident in each other and are familiar with each other can do, not just for ourselves, but for the rest of the world who need to benefit from a bigger and better international trading system.
Thank you very much. It was beautifully stated. What a beautiful accent, too. I'd like to have that accent. Thank you.
My mother would be proud.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
James Matthews from Sky News.
Yes.
Can I ask, why Britain and why now? And you've described this deal as a full and comprehensive deal, and yet we've just heard from Mr. Macroeconomic, it's the end of the beginning. Clearly, there's much more work still to do. With respect, are you overstating the reach and significance of this deal because you're a president who needs a result at a difficult time?
I think that it's a great deal for both parties. It's for us. We're opened up. I didn't know how closed it was. Quite closed, the market, as you know, the UK, and it opens up a tremendous market for us, and it works out very well, and a lot of assets. You see the chart, and those are tremendous assets. But we've been trying, and when you say why us, meaning your country, we've been trying for years, and they've been trying for years to make a deal, including when I was in the first term. It would always be people talking, but they weren't getting it done. But for 25 years before that, they were trying always to make a deal, a very significant deal. I actually, until I looked at the numbers, I didn't realize this is a very conclusive deal, but we think we can grow it even from that. But this is a maxed out deal, not like you said it. You said it really incorrectly. This is a maxed out deal that we're going to make bigger, and we make it bigger through growth. But we have tremendous assets involved. I was surprised to see how big your country is in trade, actually. One of the biggest in technology and so many other things. It's agriculture. I really didn't know. It's depending on your definition, it's from 4 to 5 to 6. That's pretty big in the world. So I was very impressed by that. But we're going to take it to new levels. It's a very big deal right now, but I think it is going to grow just of its own volition. It's going to grow, and over time there'll be changes made, there'll be adjustments made because we're flexible. We'll see things that we can do even better, but it's very conclusive, and we think everyone's going to be happy, and the people of your country are going to be very impressed with the result, and they'll be able to buy from more people. They'll be able to price things differently. They'll be able to get some products that aren't available to them now that we make better than anybody in the world. And it's just something that it's a great thing that it came together. It's so nice because we have many countries want to make a deal, and many countries are very unhappy that we happen to choose this one, to be honest with you. But it's a long time, our oldest ally, or just about. I guess a couple of people claim that too, but let's put it right at the top. I think it's going to be something very special for UK and special for the United States.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. How close are you to more deals, and when do you expect the next to be announced?
Well, very close. We have numerous deals. I know Howard's going back. As soon as this is finished, your press conference, he's got numerous. And Scott, who's right over here, who's fantastic, by the way. You were great on television this morning. I watched you. That was you gave them a little lesson in the world and economics. But Scott's going to be going to Switzerland, meeting with China, and they very much want to make a deal. We can all play games. Who made the first call? Who didn't make the? It doesn't matter. It only matters what happens in that room. But I will tell you that China very much wants to make a deal. We'll see how that works out. Every country throughout the last 40, 50 years has literally ripped off the United States on trade, on military, on protection, on all the different things. And we are now making fair deals. And in this case, it's great because we really weren't very much involved. You have the European Union, which is, I think you made the right decision years ago. I don't know if you remember, I was opening up Turnberry the day that you were voting. And they asked me, would it happen or would it not happen? I said, no, I think they're going to go their own separate way. I think it's better for them. And they did. I think it's going to end up being a very smart decision. But a big part of that decision was always that you'd be able to make a deal with the United States. And they were unable to do that. But now they made it. And it's a tremendous, it's very important. That was always a big part of your decision on Brexit. And they were never able to make that deal. It was a tough one. And this one it's amazing with time. This one just went very smoothly, went quickly and smoothly, and a lot of common sense, as I like to say. It's tremendous common sense, but it's going to make your country much bigger in terms of trade, and it's going to make our country much bigger in terms of trade, too. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead, behind you.
Okay. Tom Bateman at the BBC. Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned meat.
You're with who?
The BBC.
Oh, good. Very nice. They treat me beautifully.
You mentioned meat and beef exports. The UK currently doesn't accept American beef because of its own food standards. Are you calling on the UK to accept all American beef and chicken products?
Well, I think they'll take what they want. We have plenty of it. We have every type. We have every classification you could have. As you know, Bobby Kennedy is doing a tremendous job, and he's, I think, probably heading toward your system with no chemical, no this, no that. I think we're heading that way. It seems to be, and but we have that also. So we're a very big country. We have a lot of beef. We're a very big country, so it'll be great. Yes, yes.
You want me to jump in?
Yes.
Let's talk about American beef really quickly, and it can't be understated. I'm Brooke Rollins, by the way, how important this deal is and what this means to American farmers and ranchers. Specific to the beef, this is going to exponentially increase our beef exports. And to be very clear, American beef is the safest, the best quality, and the crown jewel of American agriculture for the world. So I think a really important part of this deal isn't just the ethanol reducing of tariffs from 19 to 0, which for our row croppers is a huge deal, but also for beef. And as we move forward, I know our incredible trade team is looking at all of the meats, all of the produce, really all of our agriculture exports. And I don't know if there's an industry that has been treated more unfairly and has suffered more than our agriculture industry. So we look forward to, I'll be in the UK on Monday, talking to my counterpart over there for next week, and look forward to moving that out across the country. The president is
I think we could say that we have the best in the world, best tractors, the best everything in the world, and they say that our agriculture is, second to none. You understand, and it'll be a great asset. People are going to be able to have options, choice, and they'll have more of it, and that usually means lower prices. How about we'll do you and then you? Go ahead.
Follow-up question for the Italian TV, Daniele Compatangelo, LA7, TV2000, Primetime Media. So congratulations for the deal. We see a big revenues from the chart. But what's the rest of Europe? It's a victory day, but other European countries It seems like they're losing the
We
train.
intend to make a deal with Europe. We have found that the European Union treated us extremely unfairly, very difficult, and hurt themselves in doing so. And they very much want to make a deal. We'll be dealing with them. We are dealing with them currently. So that'll cover pretty much the rest of it. But this was separate because of Brexit in particular. This was a separate deal. It always seems so natural. I mean, all the media would say that this seemed to be like, why did this happen 25 years? Why didn't it happen a long time ago? And it was always amazing to me. Somebody would say, hey, we got to make a deal. We have to make a deal. But this deal just fell into place. The Prime Minister did a fantastic job. His representatives are total professionals, and they got along well. And it just seemed to work. And I think one of the reasons it did is because we blew up the whole system. If we would have just been dealing with you separately or, country by country, we blew up the whole system. It was very fair to very unfair to the United States. And I think because of that, this worked out so nicely. And I'm honored that it was the first deal. Please.
Sir, you mentioned...
Well, why don't you go in the back, yes.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'm with the London Times. I would say this is a great day for James Bond because now Aston Martins will be available to American buyers. But it will be even better by extending it to film. You've talked about a big tariff on films, and we'd like to know if there'd be relief on British...
Well, we're going to have a discussion on that separately. And as you know, we're putting tariffs on that particular film, you said, the movie makers. And we're going to be doing some tariffs to get them because a lot of them have left this country. They all live here. The money comes from here. Everything comes from here, but they make them in other countries. So we're going to do something to bring them back, maybe to a large extent. But James Bond has nothing to worry about that, I can tell you. James Bond. And Sean Connery was a friend of mine. Sean Connery was responsible for my getting zoning in Aberdeen. He said, let the bloody bloke build his golf courses. And, I was like 4 years into the process, and it was impossible in Aberdeen. And he just stood up one day and he said that. As soon as he said that, I got the approvals in about 2 minutes. So he was a great guy, Sean Connery, and great character.
Later in the year, are you going to Scotland and to the UK?
I will be, sure. It's great. We have a lot of investment over there. We have Turnberry, Aberdeen. We have, as you know, in Doonbeg in Ireland, right on the ocean. They're all on the ocean. I only have interest if they're on the ocean. And we have good investments over there. It's been beautiful. Yes?
Mr. President, if the talks go well this weekend between Secretary Bessent and Ambassador Greer with their Chinese counterparts, not preemptively, but if the talks go well, would you then consider lowering the tariff rate on China?
Well, it could be. I mean, we're going to see. Right now, you can't get any higher. It's at 145, so we know it's coming down. I think we're going to have a very good relationship. I always got along very well with President Xi. That relationship was greatly disturbed by COVID when COVID came in, but we get along very well now. I mean, the relationship was hurt with a lot of people, a lot of countries when COVID came in. But I think we're going to have a very good relationship. I expect to have a very good relationship with China, Scott. I think it's a very friendly meeting. They look forward to doing it in an elegant way. China, as you know, has a tremendous trade surplus with us, and we just can't have that. And but I think it's going to be very good for both countries. I would like to see China opened. One of the big things here is, and nobody would know this, but the UK was largely closed. It was very much closed to trade, and now it's opened. And a lot of the financial reporters are very happy about that because so much. I listened to them. I hope they get countries opened up. And then you compete on a fair basis, but you can't compete when you're not allowed to go there. China would be the number one example of that. It's very closed. We almost had it last time before COVID, and that didn't work out. But we made a great deal with China. They had to buy $50 billion worth of our food products, and it was a great deal, doing very well for our farmers. And then when Biden came in, as usual, nothing happened. He didn't enforce it. And it got less, and ultimately, it destroyed a great deal. That was a great deal. But no, I think that we're going to have a good weekend with China. I think they have a lot to gain. I do think they have far more to gain than we do, in a sense. But we're going to have a very good weekend.
Will you speak to Xi after the weekend talks?
I might. Yeah, sure. Depending on what Scott says, we sort of Scott is doing certain countries, and Howard's doing certain countries. I mean, I wish I had like 10 more of each. Then we could do them all at one time. But there will be a time. We'll do a number of them, and then there'll be a time. I think I can say this, Scott and Howard, where we're just going to say, because we understand the countries, we understand what they want, where we're just going to make the deal. In other words, we don't need the country involvement because we've already had it. And we'll say this particular country, which had big surpluses, let's say, we had therefore deficits, that this particular country is going to pay a 25% tariff or a 30% or a 50% or 10% or whatever it may be. This was, I think we should explain it now, Howard. One of the things we did here that we'll rarely do is on cars, we took it from 25 to 10 on Rolls-Royce because Rolls-Royce is not going to be built here. I wouldn't even ask them to do that. You know, it's a very special car, and it's a very limited number too. It's not, you know, one of the monster car companies that makes millions of cars. They make a very small number of cars that are super luxury, and that includes Bentley and Jaguar. So we have some very special cars. So in order to help that industry, and that's really, you know, handmade stuff. And they've been doing it for a long time in the same location. And I said, yeah, that would be good. Let's help them out with that one. But that's different than a car company that comes out and makes millions of cars, which they'll be doing in our country. They're going to build, we have many factories, car plants being built or going to be built very soon. I think we can say that we'll be close to $10 trillion of investment. I think we're actually at that number now if you add up some of the ones we haven't heard about yet. I mean, we have some going up right now. They have plants going up, and they haven't even spoken to us. They're doing it because of the tariffs. And tariffs have always been used against us, and I never understood. I used to sit back. As you know, China paid hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs when I was president. But until then, China never paid anything. And, you know, they really did a big number on us from the standpoint of trade. But we are using tariffs now for our benefit. And we have now close to $10 trillion. Think of that, $10 trillion. If you look at the past administration, and we're talking about over, you know, essentially 2 months, because we could say 3, but it took a little while to get the office in perfect shape, right? It took a little while to get things done. But once we started, when you think of that, close to $10 trillion of investment, you've had years where the United States wouldn't do that wouldn't do $1 trillion in a year, wouldn't do anywhere near $1 trillion. We did $10 trillion in 2 months. So it's amazing what's happening. We're getting calls from, and that has to do with chips, has to do with cars. We used to make chips. We had Intel, and we used to make chips. We had a monopoly on chips. Everything was made here, and now, over a period of years, because of presidents that didn't know what they were doing, they allowed that business to be stolen from us. Most of it moved to Taiwan. And you probably were in the same position, right? Because you had a lot of the chip making capacity, but they moved it in. And if we would have said, that's fine, if you want to move it to Taiwan, that's good. But if you want to sell back into the United States, we're going to put a 50% or 100% tariff on, they would have never left. But we had people sitting here that didn't understand that, and it's too bad. But now they're coming back because I'm saying it about 40 years too late, but they're coming back. As you know, we have the biggest chip makers in the world spending, in one case, $300 billion, in one case, $500 billion, same as Apple, and in another case, $200 billion. And we're going to have a large share, a very, very substantial share of the chip-making market.
You said that this weekend is going to be a friendly visit, but do you expect that it will just be a formality to break the ice, or are they going to get into substantive negotiations?
I believe so, yes. I believe it's substantive, yes. I think people like to say, yes, we're having a meeting to meet. Well, we're meeting, so what are we going to do? Talk about meeting again? I think it's going to be substantive. I think we can say that, right, Scott? Very substantive. Now, China wants to do something. And look, they have to at this point. You know, essentially, they made $1 trillion a year, and now they have absolutely, you know, no business because of the tariffs. They have no business, and they want to have business. And we want them to have business. We want them to do well. We want them to do very well. So I think it's going to be very substantive.
Because business has slowed down, as you mentioned.
In China.
But we're seeing as a result, the ports here in the US, the traffic has really slowed, and now thousands of dock workers and truck drivers are worried about their jobs.
Yeah, no, that means we lose less money. You know, when I see that, that means we lose less money. Look, China was making over $1 trillion, 1.1 trillion, in my opinion. You know, different numbers from 500 billion to a trillion or $1 trillion. I think it was 1.1 trillion. And frankly, if we didn't do business, we would have been better off. Okay, you understand that. So when you say it slowed down, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. But we're going to make it so they can. I'd like to say they can do better, actually, in terms of the bottom line. We'd like to see China opened up so we can compete in China and, you know, give people something that they've never had, you know, access to something. That'd be great for the world. It would be great for our businesses, and I think it would be great for friendship. I really expect a lot of people think I'm a militant guy. I'm really not. I think that trade can bring a greater friendship with China. It can be something good. But, you know, one of the things that I know Scott's going to be talking about very high on the list is open up and let our businesses go into China, because when you talk about a closed country, that's a really closed country. And I think it would be great if it was opened up. It would give people a lot of choice and would create a lot of jobs, a lot of everything. So I think it would be a great thing for China. And that's going to be one of the things we'll be discussing, like we discussed with UK. Yeah, please.
So what does Britain have to do for you to drop the baseline 10% tariff that you're maintaining?
Well, I think that's set because that has to do with a lot of different things, including past. You know, there are a lot of past things that we talk. This is very inclusive. We included everything, and that's pretty well set. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Mr. President, the 10% baseline tariff remaining in place, is that a template for these future trade deals? You say you're going to keep it here.
No.
Is it going to stay in every case?
No, that's a low number. They made a good deal. Some will be much higher because they have massive trade surpluses, and, you know, in many cases they didn't treat us right. One thing with UK, they had, you know, somewhat closed, not like a China as an example, but they always treated us with great respect.
So
they treated us with great respect. The template of 10 is probably the lowest end, and therefore they, you know, made that deal. But they, you know, we've had just a very special relationship with them. Like, I won't do that deal with cars. I mean, unless somebody shows me that there's another kind of a car that's comparable to a Rolls Royce. And there aren't too many. This is a good commercial for Rolls Royce. They're going to order a lot of cars.
Mr. President, I wonder whether you'd like to buy.
I mean, well, the last time this happened,
I would be happy to suggest a discount, obviously a very modest discount. We have to protect our profit margins.
I've had many of them, actually. You know, the last time that happened, I ended up buying a Tesla. You
Thank you. Mary Margaret Olahan with Daily Wire. I had a question about the UK deal today. I heard there was talk that part of the agreement would depend on whether the UK would respect free speech and freedom of religion. I know the VP is really interested in that, talked about that earlier this year. Was there any assurances that you guys got on that front?
You want to handle that?
Yeah, that was not part of the conversation. Our conversation was an economic conversation from start to finish, closed by the president yesterday. This was a business deal, open their markets, and also protect their workers, grow our markets, and help our workers.
This was about business religion. You know, business is sort of a semi-religion, but not nearly as important. I don't want to get myself into Go ahead, in the back.
Mr. President, will you be asking China to help you close, you know, the gap between Ukraine and Russia?
I think so, yeah. I think it's a natural thing to ask.
What do you expect?
Sure. I don't know. I think we're making good progress. The fighting is a little bit different than it was. I think if we weren't involved, Russia would be, you know, going at it to maybe get the whole thing. And without our involvement, they'd be able to get it, because we supplied a lot of different things, foolishly. But we've been sort of paid back by doing the rare earth deal that I talked about before. I think that I think that we will be very much involved in trying to get that bloodbath. It's a bloodbath. It's a horrible situation. 5,000. It's really more than that. But it's 5,000 soldiers on average a week, mostly soldiers, are being killed. Young, beautiful people. I mean, they're being killed. I see the satellite pictures coming back, body parts lying all over fields, heads and arms. It's so terrible. I've never seen anything like it, actually. And if we can get that stopped, that will be a great accomplishment. And we're trying very hard, and I think we're close. And Mr. Witkoff is talking constantly back and forth. He's a real professional who's got a great relationship with both countries. And I think we have a good chance. And likewise, we're trying to work on Iran to get that solved without having to get into any bombing, as we say, big bombing. I don't want to do that. I want them to work a deal. I want them to be very successful.
Thank you, Mr. President. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. On the non-market barriers, how did you get the UK to bend, and what was the 11th hour deal or ask?
Well, I think it was really just a part of the overall. I mean, they have so many things that are so good for them. It's going to be so good for the country, and that was sort of easy. It wasn't. We had non-market. I call it non-market or non-monetary trade barriers, and we have quite a few of them. Not nearly as bad as some countries. Some countries have, they have virtually no tariff, but the rest of it is so brutal you can't do business with them, right? So it's a very important question, actually. No, I think the overall deal just worked out very well from their standpoint. They were willing to give that in order to get other things, and you might want to speak to that, Mr. Ambassador.
Look, the point about the deal is that we will continue reducing tariffs and non-tariff barriers. This is a continuing picture. It's a movie. It's not a still picture here. It's a movie. Yeah. It continues. And we're both committed to freeing up trade between our countries. We're both committed to freeing up investment between our countries. And the point about this deal is that it provides a very good template and a very good launch pad for what we can continue to do and build on in the future. And that's what we're both determined to do.
Many of the we'll keep it confidential. How about just one more little thing, right? It got the deal closed, and it was handled very well from the other side too. But many of these things that we're talking about, we've been talking about this for 25 years. It's hard to explain when if you weren't sitting behind this beautiful Resolute desk, you just wouldn't get it. I have been hearing about making a deal with UK for 25 years. And especially around the time of Brexit. They wanted to make a deal, so they came out of Brexit and they make a deal, and how natural. And it just couldn't be done. It couldn't be done. Good people. And this is a bigger deal. This is a much bigger, better, stronger deal for both of us than we ever even contemplated before. It's a big deal.
Virtually everyone said that it would end in failure, it would end in tears, and it's ended in exactly the opposite. Yeah. But, Mr. President, can I say that that is due to Secretary Lutnick and Ambassador Greer, who've been absolutely fantastic. But yesterday I received a call, a very diplomatic call that just edged things over the line, and that was from your new ambassador in the United Kingdom.
Who is terrific. Right?
Warren Stevens, he's here.
Where is Warren?
Right here.
Hello, Warren.
How are you? He's flying to London tomorrow night. He's going to be very popular with the British people. He's going to be a very successful ambassador.
And?
Were you disappointed?
And? He's got plenty of cash. That guy's plenty of cash.
We need some more big spenders.
Are you planning to meet Ursula von der Leyen?
You're going to go ahead fast.
Yes. Are you planning to meet Ursula von der Leyen, the president, or do you plan council anytime soon?
Oh, she's so fantastic, right? She's so fantastic. I hope we're going to meet. Yeah, the answer is yes. I saw her a few days ago. And I think that we'll definitely meet, yeah. The European Union is a big thing. They want to make a deal very badly. Everybody wants to make a deal. Look, everybody wants to make a deal with the United States, and we're doing that, and we're going to make fair deals. I'm just honored that this was the first one. Go ahead, please.
The Federal Reserve Chairman, Mr. President, says that you would have to call him for a meeting. Do you plan to meet with him? And what do you think about?
And it's like talking to a wall. He should be.
What do you think about not cutting? The Bank of England cut today.
Well, the Bank of England cut. China cut. Everybody's cutting but him. It's I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's a shame. I call him Too Late. Too Late Powell. That's his nickname, and it's a shame. It's ridiculous. So meeting, he's always too late. But in this case, it's not going to matter that much because our country is so strong. We're so powerful in terms of economic strength and what we've done. And I'll tell you what, if we didn't have our first term, you wouldn't be. We created things in the first term. We cut more regulations than any president in history. We cut the taxes more than anybody in history. And a very big factor is going to be the tax bill that we have right now, the one big beautiful bill, as we call it, which is all-encompassing, the biggest tax cuts ever in history, bigger than even the first time, and the incentives, even great for the UK because it'll make us so strong that we're going to be doing more business with you. It's a very important element for taxes, for every aspect, regulation cuts. That bill is, I believe it's the biggest bill of its kind ever in the history of this country. And Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune have done an incredible job. I mean, I'll let you know we have to get a vote, but we have a lot of support for that bill. And if that happens on top of all of these trade deals that we're doing, this country will hit a point that you better go out and buy stock now. Let me tell you, this country will be like a rocket ship that goes straight up. This is going to be numbers that nobody's ever seen before. That's a very important element of all of this. If we get that, if you don't, and the Democrats are fighting it only because they want to fight. They have Trump derangement syndrome. If it was somebody else, they wouldn't fight. If you had a normal person, if you had some stiff sitting behind you, they'd be fine. But they have Trump derangement syndrome. Senator Schumer's become a Palestinian. He's welcome. I don't know when they're going to give him the ceremony, whatever the ceremony may be. But it's terrible what's happened to the Democrats. So very, very important element of everything, of what we're doing, unrelated to today, but related in the sense that we'll do, if that passes, we'll do even more business with the UK. We'll have so much. It's the biggest tax cut in history. It's going to make our country zoom. It's going to be incentive, as you know, with the deduction basically for work. You work, you build, you plant, etc. Your deduction. It's going to be the biggest. It's the biggest bill of its kind ever passed. Maybe the biggest bill ever passed. That's why we call it the one big beautiful bill.
You just announced a new nominee for the U.S. Surgeon General who never finished her residency and is not a practicing physician. So can you explain why you picked her to be America's top doctor?
Because Bobby thought she was fantastic. She's she's a brilliant woman who went through Stanford, and as I understand it, she basically wanted to be an academic as opposed to a surgeon. I think she graduated first in her class at Stanford. And Bobby really thought she was great. I don't know her. I listened to the recommendation of Bobby. I met her yesterday and once before. She's a very outstanding person, a great academic, actually. So I think she'll be great.
Your nominee for U.S. Attorney of D.C., do you have a backup plan if this Senate does not?
But he's a terrific person, and he wasn't getting the support from people that I thought. He's done a very good job. Crime is down 25% in D.C. During his period of time. I'm very disappointed in that, but I have so many different things that I'm doing now with the trade. I'm one person. I can only I can only lift that little phone so many times in a day. But we have somebody else that will be great. I just want to say Ed is unbelievable, and hopefully we can bring him into whether it's DOJ or whatever, in some capacity, because really outstanding. To me, it was disappointing, I'll be honest. I have to be straight. I was disappointed. A lot of people were disappointed. But that's the way it works sometimes, That's the way it works. And he wasn't rejected, but we felt it would be hard. And we have somebody else that we'll be announcing over the next 2 days who's going to be great.
With companies like Ford and Mattel recently saying they're going to raise prices on certain products, how long do you think the American public is going to be patient and wait for you?
Well, I think they're saying that just to try and negotiate deals with me. They're not. Look, tariffs are the most misunderstood thing maybe in any form of business, anywhere in business. Oftentimes the country picks them up. Oftentimes the company picks it up. The people don't pick it up. Okay, the people don't pick it up. And if Ford did that, they wouldn't sell any cars. And if Mattel, I don't know, I'm not so sure. They also said they're the only country I've heard. They said, well, we're going to go counter. We're going to try going someplace else. That's okay. Let him go, and we'll put 100% tariff on his toys, and he won't sell one toy in the United States, and that's their biggest market. I heard that. I mean, I watched this guy talking about how I'm going to go counter. I said, well, I wouldn't want to have him as an executive too long. The Ford people I know very well. What they're doing is negotiating with us by saying that. But we don't think that's going to happen. Look, I put out a truth today, and it said that gas is down, gasoline is down, energy is down, groceries are down, eggs are down. I mean, eggs, thank you very much, but eggs are down. When I came in the first week, you guys hit me with eggs. I said, what the hell happened with eggs? Eggs were up like 170% and going up, and they said don't order any for Easter. And we were thinking about ordering plastic eggs like everybody was doing. And Brooke did a fantastic job, agriculture. Brooke did a fantastic job. And we had hundreds of thousands of eggs out here on the lawn just 2 weeks ago at Easter. But you take a look at the cost. Energy's down. Even interest rates are down. Now, if the chairman of the Fed, Jerome, if he would lower interest rates like China did, like I think UK did, but like numerous other countries have done, it's like jet fuel. It would be great. But he doesn't want to do it. I think he doesn't want to do it. Probably he's not in love with me. I think that's right. It's sort of a crazy reason, but that's the way life is. Anybody in his position would be like jet fuel. But even without that, we're doing well. But remember this, I've watched you people reporting over the last few months that if we do this, prices are going to go through. Well, groceries are down. All of this stuff is down. Lumber is down. Oil is gone to, we have that thing broke 60, right? $60 a barrel. And $1.98, $1.99 in some cases. And heading in that direction. No, I think it's been amazing, actually. And what that's good for, it gives the consumer more money, and it gives them a better life. Because we just came out of the worst inflation, in my opinion, in the history of our country. They say 48 years. But Biden really screwed it up. He screwed up energy. And he also he spent too much money. He was spending it on, a green new scam. And that's like throwing the money. See that beautiful window behind? Take money, throw it right out that window. Because it's the same thing. He spent $10 trillion. He wasted it. Not only was it bad, it was a negative. It wasn't even like it helped a little bit. It was a real negative. And then on top of it, they let 21 million people into our country without any identification, anything. Just let them in. It's very, very sad. Well, we'll do one or two more. Go ahead. Who are you with?
I'm with the Daily Telegraph. Now, you know me from another
I do.
How concerned are you about the UK's reliance on China? Chinese money in the money market, Chinese exports.
We're not concerned.
Is that something that came up in
honestly,
discussions?
I'm not concerned about anything. If I was, I wouldn't even be here right now. If I was concerned about anything, and it wouldn't be that, but I wouldn't be here right now. No, we're not concerned. We're going to have, I believe, a very good relationship with China, and a fair relationship, and it'll get bigger and it'll grow. It'll grow. As an example, if they open up the country, that'll be the best thing China ever did for itself. They don't know that yet because, it's been a different system. But that'll be the greatest thing that ever happened to China. The people will be happier. They'll buy for less. They'll see things that they never saw before, and they'll be buying them. And it'll really create great long-term peace.
And if I could ask one of the Agriculture Secretary, actually, there's a lot of concern about chlorinated chicken, the import of hormone-treated beef. Has that question been addressed, resolved in these talks, or is that something for the continuing negotiations?
Well,
James.
I would just say that it's very clear, and we have in the heads of terms that we are going to discuss all of these types of issues, and obviously the importing country, whether it's us or them, you got to follow the rules on those types of things. But our point is the rules need to make sure that they are based on science, and that's our expectation. We know the UK believes that too, so we want to come to an accommodation. We want the consumers in each country to be able to choose what they want and give them the information that they want.
And we have an incredible EPA led by Administrator Zeldin that is on this. So the talks continue, but we are very, very confident in our products, and what the president has done to open up the markets is unprecedented for these farmers here in America. Thank you.
Mr. Wall Street, as they watched this, you saw the stock market decline sharply after Liberation Day, and it's rallied back since then.
Well, now it's going to really rally because, don't forget, they said this is all a pipe dream. And this was a tough one. This is, somebody would say, well, this is easy. This is much tougher, I think, than any other deal because they've been at it for so many years, decades, trying to make this deal. And it's very conclusive, and it's a great deal, and it's a very big deal, actually. No, this is just the beginning. We're going to be having conferences, or at some point we won't have, we'll just put out a statement that we just signed this country, that country. And after a number of these are done, nobody has enough people to do it. We're just going to put out X country is going to pay this, and if they open up, they're going to do this and that, and they're going to be open up. Everybody wants to be here. I say this is where they want to be shopping. They want to shop in this country because we have the consumer, and we have the consumer like nobody else. And if this country went bad, the whole world would go bad. But we really saved it from going bad. Yeah, please.
Can I ask you about the air traffic control issue? Are you looking at getting new software?
I'm glad you asked me about it because I'm just going to be talking to now with the heads of the airlines and everything else. So I was all set before we had the rigged election to give out a brand new gorgeous system to one company that was going to do the whole thing, one of the best companies in the world that you know very well. There are 3 or 4 of them that do it. And when they took over, Buttigieg, who has no clue, he drives to work on his bicycle with his, in all fairness, with his husband on the back, which is a nice, loving relationship. But he didn't have a clue. This guy didn't have a clue. And he's actually a contender for president. Between him and Crockett, you can have that party. But he didn't know what he was doing. And he took what they call dry systems where you have wires in the earth, buried in the earth or whatever. And then you have the open air systems where you have satellites, and you can't mesh them. Anybody would know that if you went through about 2 months of study in school, if you studied that kind of thing. And he did. They spent tens of billions of dollars trying to take old, broken equipment and merging it into existing new equipment with brand new equipment. It's one of the greatest. They spent like $40 billion. And what they did is they made it worse because it doesn't work together. You can't make it work together. If you have a satellite system, you need satellite. If you don't, they had all these different technologies, some of them 50 years old, and they're trying to mesh them in. And they end up spending twice the money they should have. You could have bought a whole new system. So we have a very good guy who you all know, Sean Duffy, is head of transportation, and I've given him a 10-minute lesson in buying, and he's become really good. And we are now in the market to buy a gorgeous, brand new system. The helicopter that crashed into the plane at 400 feet, it shouldn't have been. What would have happened is all sorts of bells and sirens would have been going off 3 minutes before that accident happened if you had the right equipment, but they didn't. And the new equipment is unbelievable what it does. You can have, I was going to say something, but you always, in my opinion, you always need pilots. I want pilots. But you wouldn't even have to have pilots. This system is so incredible what they can do. But we have a system that's obsolete. And what they did is the worst. They tried to combine the really old, broken stuff with the new stuff. And you can't combine it, and anybody should have known. So Biden, do you think Biden figured this out? I don't think so, fellas. Do you think he has any clue? He doesn't know what the hell's happening. So here's the story. We're going to be buying a brand new, it's going out to bid very soon, brand new state-of-the-art system that will cover the entire world. I'll give you an example. When my pilot, now I have military pilots, but prior to that I have very good pilots, great pilots. They would land, and I won't tell you which country, but they would use the system of another country. They wouldn't even use the system of the United States. So if I'm landing in New York or Florida or Tennessee, they're using a system from another country. I said, why is that? And they were, they're not into business, but they're just saying, our system doesn't work, sir. And I said, boy, that's pretty sad. But we were all set to give it out to, look, you have a Raytheon, and you have different companies like that, numerous companies. And you have companies that would do it, like an IBM, as an example. And you give out one deal, one contract. They gave out hundreds of contractors. They had diggers. They had non-diggers. They had people that focused on satellites. They had hundreds of different contracts. One contract where one guy is controlling everything. If you need a trench, then they dig a trench. But if you don't dig the trench, they don't blame you. What happens is you don't dig it, then they say we want a cost overrun. Now, we have it all set, and we're going to be doing it. We would have done it, except that the election took a little strange turn. But the second one didn't. That was too big to rig. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right, guys, I'm not going to say I'm celebrating this being over, but I'm definitely celebrating this being over. I'm currently up about $500. Bitcoin broke over 100,000. We got the NASDAQ all the way up to over 20,250. A huge Green Day reaction to these talks regarding the president on the UK-US trade deal and other stuff. So the market loved it. I'm going to get out of here, guys. Hey, I love you all. Y'all have a great day. If you want to day trade with me, again, in our other account, we did make almost $400. We're up about $5. A little bit over 5, actually, if we take both accounts. Beautiful couple strings of trades here in my funded account. You can see, here's basically the day. Again, great day. If you want to check out Top Step, they're an affiliate of mine. I'm biased, of course. I get paid by them. Some would say I'm the top 3 most biased trader of all time. Understand CFTC 4.41, hypothetical or simulated performance have limitations. They're an affiliate or sponsor of mine. I'm biased. But great way to learn how to day trade. Most day traders lose regardless of where you go, including here, but it's a lot cheaper to lose here than it is to fund your own account 5, 10, 20, 30 grand and probably lose that. Let's just be honest here for a second. You want to confirm it all. I can't guarantee anything. But they give you a 50K demo. They test your skill with it. You pass the test. They fund you 50K with a 90% split for the base one. It's $50 a month. So you got 90% split. Prior to that split kicking in, you get to keep your first 10K in profit. That's similar to funding your own account. If you fail, the base one's $50. Limited risk, similar reward. Perfect way to learn day trading in a structured environment. And they've paid out hundreds of millions. They fund thousands. It's a great way to learn. You can see a pin at the top of the chat. I'll put the link up here. Also, join our Discord. Completely free. You can follow me at Beginner Trades as well on X. We cover all this breaking news live as it happens. I appreciate you guys joining me today. I'll see you guys back tomorrow bright and early. Y'all be good. Market's flying up. We'll see if we hold these gains we've made today. Bitcoin over 100K. And yeah, y'all be good. See you guys later. Y'all stay safe. Y'all green or red today? Let me know in chat. Are you green or red today in the market? I'm very green. Nicely green. So we will see if that holds. But nicely green in the market. We'll see if 250 holds. I'm watching 250 on the NQ. Bitcoin, let's see if it holds over 100, which has been testing all morning, really. But yeah. See red, green, up 65%. Green, bruh, red, green, green, green. So most people are green buying this dip. Hey, congrats to you all. Y'all be safe. And yeah, I'm going to get out of here. Y'all be good. Have a great day.